Link. Well, stream. I wonder if I can just have that be automated. I never really. Oh, I already have the apple out. Fresh chat. Put on their chat. Hi. How is everyone doing? I took your apple away. Sorry. You guys are so fast. You're very glad it's Friday? Yeah, Friday's a good day. Deadfs is already yellow comet, so I guess I'll make Talos. How many replays are there in the queue? That's true. I give away an apple on the Patreon. Well, you can count them. I can try and count this. Let's see here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 are currently in the queue. You don't work at home? Now you watch Still Muted. None of your games seem to be in the queue. Did I not put it in? Okay, well I can do that real quick. I guess I should do that afterwards, actually. I would have to mess with the program. But we'll add. So it's always Yellow Comet because when I did a player spotlight on JJ, he was letting me know that the best color scheme for his colorblind friend was Yellow Comet versus the Penguins. So to make it easy to navigate for people who are colorblind, I stick with that. There might be other colors. That would work. I'm sure White Nova's probably fine. The queue is so long that you're hesitant to submit a replay because you don't want to waste the first time priority. I don't think it's too long. I think I get through the queue in like 3 streams pretty much usually. If you never add it, then they'll just never get shown, which isn't great. There's no cap to the number of games in the queue. No one has submitted the most recent Voice of Akasha game, which I was surprised by. Usually someone would send that in, but no worries. They don't have to. Yeah. I mean, I do already restrict the game submissions to 1 per person. Just because otherwise I would have like giant blocks of like 10 games in a row. Of course, I get to cheat that system. All of my games, even if a whole bunch of them finish at once, get shown. Ha 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 ha. Penguin privilege right there. And I just finished writing the script for my next video, so that will be coming out. The next like standalone video will be coming out hopefully by the end of this weekend. Yeah, you can just DM me on Discord the zip file you get from downloading replays off of Advanced Wars by Web, and then I will add it to the list. If it's the first replay you've sent in, then it gets a priority, and I put it in the first submitter priority level. If you become a Patreon on my Discord, there's a channel where you can submit replays, and then there's a channel where you can see the replay queue, but you can also just DM me the replays. You wanna? I can quickly show while waiting for people to join in the stream. I can show where you download replays. It's pretty easy to find. So right over here, you press on replay, and then right there, download, like so. And they'll give you a zip file, and don't unzip it. You just send me exactly this file. You don't have to do anything to it. I should review Deegis's vs. Rhymer's game before he reviews it on his own channel. I mean, I'll review it if it's sent in, but I'm not gonna go out and find games. Twist the dagger real deep with all the blunders. That's definitely not my goal. Hello. Hey, Talos is here. This is Talos' game, as you see. This is a grand finals game in Discord Cup number 7, which is the high funds one, I think. Yes, this is high funds. You can tell that the two players were very creative in their CO choices, as they are both Javier. How do you even find games? Well, when you know the players, you can just kind of follow usually the way you're going to do about it is either someone's going to mention it on the Discord, or you're going to go down and like find a player that you like. So maybe it's Inkagark, for instance. And we can see Inkagark is playing this game. And I'm like, well, I don't know when this game's going to finish. So I'll just go in here, hear that, and click follow, like so. And now it's going to give me a notification whenever an action is taken in this game or when the game ends. And then I'll know this is going to be like a high stakes game, because it's Shock 455 versus Inkagark, both very top high funds players, and that would tell me when the game ends, and I would have had the game. Looks like 90 people are now following this game. So you usually just do that for the players that you're interested in. Yeah, I try and be very wholesome. Put the evil penguin on. I could try and have a stream where I'm not so wholesome. I try and be really mean, but I don't. That's just not the Go7 way. If you're talking about how you find games as like how you play, like find a match to play, then go back to this. If you go into Global League, like so, thinking about loading it. There we go. And then at the top here, you've got desired game count and then the game modes. So like right now I have a desired game count of 1 with high fun selected, and I hit update, and that will just automatically put me into a queue with everyone else that's also looking for the games, and it will make the game automated through the automated system, and it will match you over here. It'll give you like your game starts here, your turn, and all that. That will be for if you're playing Global League. If you want to do non-Global League, you can browse games. You can go down here to see the public games to join, which like Z games are automatically generated. These ones that aren't Z games are going to be ones that are made by players that you can join in. Looks like we have a some artwork games right now. The Dragon Walker emblem. Oh my. So if you're wondering how do they get these like images here, these are all going to be pre-owned properties. Here, I'll open it for you. So this is what the actual game would play on. But that's how they're making those images. They're using those pre-owned properties. But yeah, this is the other way that you can play games, is going into the public games. Any of them that start with Z are automatically generated. You can have some funky rules. If you want just to be put into a queue to fight other players, you'll go into Global League. If you want to make your own game, you can go over to Games, Create Game. Usually I would go into Search Maps, and I would just search something here. So like Rivendell, search, there's Rivendell, create game, like so. Give it a password, you can invite players, give it now the password, and it'll be in the public game sphere realm. Search creator, Mr. Green Suit, yeah, you can do that too. Yeah. The Z games are just... Yeah. The Z games are not meant to be very competitive. But they're also generated and players can join them. I mean, they're still competitive, but they're not like Global League levels of competitive. Okay, I think enough people are here. I can start the replay. We have Talos in the top left, as playing as Javier against deadfs in the bottom right. This is the grand finals of Discord Cup number 7, which was the high funds, like new high funds maps. New high funds map, Discord Cup, I believe. It looks like this map starts with a lander. I'm not sure why that lander shifted up by deadfs. Well, they both did it. No. Oh, interesting. I must be missing something here. So usually if the landers are starting on different tiles... Oh, they're not starting on different tiles. Never mind. No, okay. Usually if the landers had been starting on different tiles, that's used as a way of balancing first turn advantage. That's not the case here. So we're just going to unload and go for the neutral base right away. And we'll see what kind of capture route the two players go for. It looks like there's some flexibility in where you'd want to go. Like you can go down this way, where there's a lot of properties, and we'll probably start getting contested by this base. Similarly here, like both of these ways are going to be contested. No, I guess this base is going to contest up here using the lander to drop off. But it looks like Talos decided to go down this route accelerated, went for this capture first rather than this capture first. They're both within 1 turn of movement. So that's interesting. And it looks like deadfs is doing the same thing. I'm not sure. They might be thinking about how it plays out in the long term. Like maybe these properties become much more contested quicker or more quickly than these ones do. So you want to rush these ones. You're Grim Guy's biggest fan. Okay. So Talos is going to drop off a tank right away to contest these properties, which doesn't reach this city. But it does... Well, okay, we'll see where this tank goes. It's currently threatening kind of both fronts to go off on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh man, a recon almost reaches, which would have been amazing, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It takes 2 tiles for a recon to step onto planes because it has wheels or 2 movement, so it can't quite make that harassment attack right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, the recon is just a tile out from threatening either of these cities. Not that the recon was built; it was a tank instead, which is fine. And it looks like deadfs is going to answer tank to tank. Yeah, there wasn't enough money for like a medium tank or something like that to try and answer. So Talos is currently trying to be on the offense on this 2 base side against this 1 base, which is a very good idea. The point is that it forces this 1 base to produce vehicles instead of infantry, and that will keep the infantry count low over here, which means that the income generated will be low, especially if you can end up, or slower I should say, especially if you are able to get a hit on one of these infantry with the tank. Even if you don't kill the infantry, as long as you injure it, that will slow down the economic gains, and oftentimes that can even be almost worth it to let your tank get beat up for that. Arguably 1 down from lander is better. I mean here? What we see on the deadf side over here, dropping off an infantry, not a tank. So not trying to put pressure on the 1 base side in the same way. Instead, going to try and take some of the money for himself. Oh, you get to sit on the city down. I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get to sit here. Ah, I see what you're saying. Or in this case, it has to move over here onto those planes. And the difference, if you're wondering, like, well, I understand the difference because there's nothing that can hit the tank here. The point is that if you're standing on this city, this infantry can't start capturing this city. Which is what deadfs does here. Make sure to put the infantry on the best defensive terrain as possible while it's coming at the property. And then this tank chains to make sure that this tank is going to get wiped out if it tries to fight at all. And also because this infantry is on a city and Talos doesn't have a comm tower yet, there's no chance of this tank knocking this below 5. So this is definitely putting a lot of pressure on Talos. There's almost... Because if both tanks weren't made, there would be an argument to come up here and just hit this infantry because it's the only infantry on this entire front. And so injuring it to slow stuff down would be good. But it's going to be rough a rough sell because there's 2 tanks defending this tile, and the infantry is on a completed on a captured city, so it will start to heal up. So if the tank didn't die for this, then I would consider it a possibility, because then you could just pull your tank back to some reinforcements and heal it up. But that's not the case here, and we'll see if Talos does anything with this tank. It's kind of already done some decent damage because it's forced 2 tank buys on the 1 base side. But you won't really feel that unless you can interrupt some infantry captures. Because it's like you're dealing with the replacement infantry is what you've heard. Over here we do get the tank shot on the city from the forest. And that's going to take... It's going to receive 1 shot from the city. Interesting. I don't know if I would have done that, but deadfs goes for it. It's going to give a more favorable trade, as we can see here. We get a 5-8, where if deadfs had attacked from the plains, it would have been a 5-7. I think I personally would have continued capturing here and then gone for the 5-7. Because that keeps the pressure on Talos to do something about this city. Because it's going to capture next turn. And then you're going to have 2 tanks over here. And a 5 health tank won't be able to kill the 5 health infantry. It can just slow down the capture 1 more time. And then these tanks can finish off this tank and get in the way of any infantry that might try and interrupt. So I don't like this move. But I think the idea that deadfs has is that this traps the tank. It can't get out of range of these other tanks. And so deadfs is going to go up pretty nicely on unit count and hopefully be able to kind of win this front, even if economically he's going to be behind. To be able to win the front because the tank will be taken out, and then Talos is just going to have to invest units in trying to defend his own captures instead of continuing to be offensive against deadfs. So that is my guess as to why deadfs went for this approach rather than continuing the capture. But personally, I think I would have just continued the capture. But yeah, okay, with a recon buy, that definitely signals trying to focus on being very offensive on the 1 base side, and kind of having the best defense is a good offense. And it is also putting pressure kind of on both sides of the map against Talos, because Talos' own 1 base side is now having some pressure put on it by this tank, and the tank had to be built, and another tank got built down here. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. Talos is the first one to get the comm tower, but there isn't any good engagements for Talos to really take advantage of that. Instead, just hits this infantry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. The battlecopter is just out of range. Yeah. Okay. That's really just making the best out of a bad situation. Because I was thinking the tank can try and like run up to the coverage of the battlecopter, but it's just barely out of range. So instead, Talos is going to decide to just try and hit this infantry a little bit harder and make sure the tank is further away from these captures, so the tank that comes over to finish it off isn't in as good a position. But yeah, I still disagree with deadfs' choice there. I think it would have worked out better if it just kept capturing. And then over here, deadfs doesn't go for any infantry harassment. Instead, just stands on the city, which is going to stop this guy from going for a capture and make it not super great to attack with a tank. It's still going to be like a positive-ish exchange to attack from forest onto city, but not so detrimental that this tank would be in any trouble, and reinforcements will arrive in time to hold the front. Okay, so the inter tank goes up here, interrupts this capture, this tank doesn't actually cover the tank in the forest from a strike from the city, because it has to come all the way down here to kill the full health tank, or the 5 health tank. So this does give Talos a strike from the city, tank to tank, but has to, if Talos does that, does have to give up trying to go for this capture. Which is probably fine, considering that deadfs also gave up going for a capture. Seems like Talos just shooting the tank back may have been better. It might have. It would make this a lower HP tank. I could see doing that as an alternative play to just hitting this infantry. The idea being that you're setting this tank up to be one-shot by a tank or a battlecopter later on. And that could be good. It would definitely help protect this property capture like better, more efficiently. But that would also mean that this tank here could have killed off Talos's tank just from the city instead, in which case it would cover this attack. So it's not like, ooh, hey, you have the mech. It's not like it would be, I don't think, objectively better. So this is an interesting attack from Talos. Decides to keep the pressure on with capturing the city, which is kind of what I wanted deadfs to do down here. But then attacks from the shoal on this tank with this tank. And the bad part about that is that deadfs' other tank can actually reach that tile and attack from the city. But to kind of counteract that, Talos has a mech to strike back afterwards. I don't think this is going to work out super great for Talos, though. Just because the full health tank and the 3 health tank attacking on the shoals like that, it's going to be against this tank on the shoals is going to do a lot of damage. And the mech only gets an attack on the tank on the city. And this copter, while it does threaten the tank on the city, is going to be itself kind of zoned out by this anti-air. So, I mean, we'll see how it goes down. This does kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof, it could be really bad. I don't think if these 2 tanks can kill a 9 health, I don't think they can. But if they roll pretty well, they might. That would be really, really bad. Or actually, I guess what deadfs could do and might do is you can sack the 3 health tank in to the 9 health tank like this, and then hit that with your full health tank, and then have the recon interrupt the capture. Because if you go full health tank and then 3 health tank, the 3 health tank will probably end up living, which is good for unit count, but it's bad for the recon's access of interrupting this property because you're blocking yourself. And if this tank doesn't die, the recon can't strike from here. Okay, up here we have the double tanks and then the anti-air built by Talos to counteract deadfs' own copters that are coming up. Which they almost have like the exact same thing happening on opposite sides of the map, which I guess you would somewhat expect because it is a mirror game. It's like a 13 HP tank dealing 90 damage on the plane tank. You need like 16 HP. You're talking about like the rolls here. So it won't die. Gotcha. Yeah. And Talos did go for this attack here. You can see it was a 7/7, which isn't amazing. Okay, so deadfs did go for this like double attack. I think probably trying to get the roll. Yeah, things don't die in this matchup. If you're trying to go for, I don't know if deadfs was trying to go for a roll here, but if you are trying to go for a roll, definitely sacrifice the 1 health infantry in. Because even just like a percentage or two can often make a big difference to getting these kind of things. But if you really wanted to go the safe way, I think you would just sacrifice the 3 health tank in. To hit this guy down to 1 and leave up the forest. Can the 1 HP roll a 0 against the only 10% defense? I guess that's true, because their base damage is like 5. Yeah, that's true. They would need a decent luck roll. Yeah. Is it only a 50% chance to do... I guess that's true, because it needs to roll 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's even worse, I guess. The tank order doesn't matter here. What I'm saying is you want this tank to die, like, so that the recon can hit the infantry on the property. Because right now the recon can't actually make this because Talos' tank is in the way and deadfs' own tank is in the way. So this property is going to go through. 4, 5, 6, 7. And it can't wrap around that way. Am I just not able to count here? Let's see. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, you're right. That's 5 different options. Yeah. There you go. So it would be a 50% chance to do a damage, which may or may not be good. I'd have to look at what the rolls were to clear this tank. You think that the recon was going to first strike the mech? I'm not a huge fan of first striking the mech. Isn't the tank just gets to come in and hit your recon? I prefer to stop the city capture. But it might have been the goal was to just hit the mech. And over here you can see you have no fear of like the tank first strike, because interrupting these is high funds. So interrupting captures is twice as effective. Instead of like delaying 1k every turn that's still that you've stopped the city, it's 2k. So it very quickly adds up. Which is why I would like to like use the recon down here. Because if a recon can stop a city from capturing for 2 turns or more, it's already paid for itself. But it could be that deadfs is thinking this isn't really... It isn't like a reasonable expectation to be able to actually stop this city from being captured. Ooh, okay, so deadfs goes for transport copter now, and starts sending the battle copter over to the middle. So it's actually covering this tank against this tank, and this copter, which makes this an even better attack. And this tank is covering this city that Talos is going for. And the battlecopter and this tank are covering this city that Talos is going for. So, deadfs is doing a very good job of being very offensive on this entire front. While Talos is kind of in a little bit of a quandary over here in this fight. The one thing that Talos has going for him, though, is that these very central properties are going to him right now. And the big question will be whether or not Talos is actually able to hold those, or if deadfs is going to be able to just move some forces over and just take them, which is always the really sad thing that can happen. It's more of a thing that usually happens in fog. Because in high funds and standard, you can see the attacks coming and then like make a defense. So we'll see. Talos attacks in here. It's not guarded by this anti-air. The forest gets in the way. Decides to move in here for this capture. Has an anti-air guarding that. Moves over here. I think just there's a little movement back. The mech does not move forward to hit this tank. So this was kind of a free-ish engagement on this tank. Which is pretty interesting. This is just a very, I would say, passive play from Talos. Usually, you don't want to just kind of take tiny steps back after being hit. You kind of want to be able to hit back. His first strikes are very strong. And then Talos decides to stop capturing this city because this tank is no longer covering against it. And then brings one tank down to help cover this city with anti-air support against this copter. Okay. Transport copter from deadfs. Getting ready to transport this infantry over into the middle, I imagine. Or maybe to try and help supply this front, actually. Because it's kind of running out of infantry very quickly. We can see economically, the two players are pretty even at this point. With deadfs ending the turn just a tiny bit ahead, as you would expect. And it looks like on Talos's turn, due to all the harassment, Talos is just gonna match the income at the end of his own turn, which isn't ideal. But since the game is kind of entering into more of the brawly stage with all of these fights, it isn't the worst thing. It isn't like falling behind in the capture phase, and this recon just gets in the way to stop infantry from going for this capture. It should also be noted how many labs there are on this map. It looks like there's 2 per player, and this is a map without HQs. So when there isn't an HQ on the map, you get defeated if you have no labs instead. So if deadfs or Talos can capture both of the other players' labs, they will end up winning without losing any of their own in the process. Okay. Talos doesn't... I see. Talos isn't feeling safe standing on that city because this copter is threatening. So moves on to the lab, which won't repair this 9 health tank, which is definitely unfortunate, but does give the tank a better point to attack on either side of this lake here, to either defend on this front or over here. And then down here, takes this tank for a strike. And again, because this is high funds, it's often very much worth it to have a tank go in, interrupt the city, and then take a first strike. Just because interrupting those the funds very quickly adds up. Same like down here. Like the mech gets a first strike on this recon, but the city doesn't end up getting captured. So it's going to be very worth it for deadfs to take that exchange. And this is a pretty nice move by Talos, joining these infantry together so that there's a very immediate threat of a capture on deadfs's property. This front over here has just been really, really slow. It's kind of meant to be like an offensive front because both bases can feed into it against a single base. But it's just trying to hold on to these 2 cities, where deadfs has actually done a much better job being aggressive over here with less units. And here you can see the tank doesn't need to retreat as long as it can harass out the infantry. Then it's going to be doing its job, and especially because it's being covered by a Neo tank, which is very scary. And here, the recon does a good job of delaying this capture. Deadfs make sure to stand on the city to stop any captures from coming through, and then also make sure that the anti-air is in range so that copter doesn't get a free hit. And because this is Javier versus Javier, it's a lot like Von Bolt versus Von Bolt, in that if a tank is on a city, you need a higher tier unit to take it out. You can't. Tank plus copter will not kill tank on city. The extra defense just gets in the way. So I think this recon, yeah, the recon's killable by this copter. In fact, that's the only thing it can safely attack. And over here, you can see there's a very scary capture force coming in from deadfs and very little defense for Talos against it. Talos does get to take out this copter, who ends up using the tank to kill the recon. I guess the tank also doesn't have any good options. I think I would prefer to use the copter, but the copter might have other plans. I'd prefer to use the copter because the copter wouldn't be in any danger. Well, this tank is under extreme danger right now. There's two different tanks staring at it. Ooh, we got the tower shield. So first power to Talos. And with the power, does get the kill. So the power is giving plus 30% attack because it's doubling the comm tower effectiveness. So this goes, instead of plus 10%, it's plus 20%. And then another plus 10% for just having a power active. And with that, the capture is possible. That makes this tank a little bit safer, and then also explains why that copter didn't go in for the kill. We have some more very nice attacks while this power is active, although it looks like up here is kind of being abandoned, which is not what I would like to see. But a very strong attack by Talos in the middle here. And then I'm not quite sure what's going on over here. So this 1 health tank is in place to stop this infantry from interrupting the capture, but the anti-air can just kill a copter and let the infantry go for the capture anyway. So I'm not quite sure about that. I think I probably would have just had the 1 health tank do something else. Maybe just go and heal to try and help out later. It's called doing stuff wrong. Oh no. Okay, and we're going to have just a power from deadfs. Could have gone for another engagement to get the super, but that's okay. This is going to give deadfs a power advantage, because once these powers end, deadfs is going to have a lot more saved up in the bank. But there will be a turn where Talos can kind of generate power. Okay, and there, yeah, there's the attack, killing the copter. There's no worries. That kind of thing happens to everyone, including myself, many a time. And yeah, this is looking very, very scary. The you can kind of look at this and say, well, that's not that scary of a force. But the problem is it's not just this force, because this base is responsible for helping out in the middle and like this side of the lake, as well as over here. So once you start having to send stuff into this fight, you can end up losing other ones. You can see Talos is kind of winning this fight over here, sort of. I mean, the Neo tanks are going to be having a grand old time against each other, but that's because the forces that would have been defending over here are kind of trying to win in the middle. Okay, we have another Neo tank. We're going to see a lot of Neo tanks this game. Yeah, and definitely go in for this interrupt. This is kind of what makes high funds very different from like standard and fog, where a move like this in standard is really, really bad because the worth of these tanks is so much more than like interrupting this capture. But in high funds, that's not the case. If deadfs can stop this capture from happening for like 5 turns or 4 turns or whatever, then It's totally worth getting hit by these first strikes. Not a lot of Neos compared to something else. Yeah, 60 defense Neo is yikes. Well, there's going to be a lot of copters, I imagine. There are a lot of tanks. But right now we have 4 Neos on the field. So you can see here that Talos gets a really nice counterattack here. Pretty much attacks all of the, almost wipes out all of the attackers. But the city has to stop being captured, and it's just injured infantry to go for these captures now, which gives deadfs more time to react. And here also, a unit is taken out. Although it looks like this anti-air is going to get away with that kill, which is something you really, really don't want to have happen. Okay. Oh no, it's not. Neotank comes down, gives the hit, and then the Neotanks are chaining together to protect themselves against an opposing Neotank hit. It will only kind of protect because deadfs is going to have a lot of charge coming off of this, probably like 2 bars or so, and that means it won't take very many engagements to potentially get a Javier power of his own that he would be able to then use in this attack. I don't know if he'll go for that. So like almost 2 bars and a half. It was really close to being full then. Anti-air comes in, kills off this infantry. Tank stands in the way. It is an 8 health tank, so it's not a great obstacle. But I think it's okay. Neotank moves up here. You guys moving over. This transport copter is no longer going to be able to transport infantry. It's going to be used as a blocker. Tank goes back to heal. Very nice. And Talos has started moving over here to stop all of these cities from falling. And in response, deadfs just starts pulling back. Okay. And it looks like this is just a pullback turn where deadfs doesn't want to overextend. In range of a Neotank first strike, but it would be a very dangerous one. It would be on 0 defense star against a lab, so 3 defense stars. And actually this Neotank doesn't reach to hit the attacker. Oh, the medium tank does, okay. The medium tank would come up to be the counter hit at full health. And in the meanwhile, this Neotank is defending all these other units. The Talos actually does get this property, although because of the losses over here, Talos is behind even after that by 4k, which is 2 properties in high funds. And these economic differences don't matter quite so much. Like 4k in standard is huge. Like if you're at 12,000 income and your opponent's at 16,000 income, you're going to feel that a lot. At like 42k and 38k, you can definitely still fight that fight. No problem. So it's pretty interesting how that can go. But once this gets like a little bit bigger, it's going to be really tough. So we have another power from Talos here. Come in, get this one shot on this tank. It's what Neotanks love to do. Take out this infantry. And it looks like Talos is going to get this city. I imagine this one's going to get interrupted, but we'll see. We have some strikes on these infantry. Try and clear them all out. Get the tank. Nice. There isn't... Talos is definitely noticing that there is no way to deal with copters over here. I thought there was, but I think I missed the copter from deadfs going down. Yeah, there are buy thresholds, and definitely the percentage matters more. Up to a point. First move of that turn. Oh, I see. Aha, there it is. Why was it placed there? He must have killed something. That's definitely a very good kill by Talos. We have the attack down here again. And this is like a basic tactic in that you'll grow accustomed to when playing Advanced Wars by Web, is if you can wipe out the anti-airs in the area, you can just kind of dominate it completely with copters. In this case, there's only one copter, but it's still going to have quite the presence as it's blocking access of this tank. Yeah, like this tank or like this anti-air and that kind of thing. Okay, so we have triple Neo tank in the center. They're all saying hi to each other. They're both guarding this one that's the most forward. Then we have a mega tank built that's getting ready to hop into this lander. Then we again, it's like the exact same amount of charge. Uses the normal power and does indeed go for the interrupt on this property. Neo tank comes up here to clear this off, and then puts the medium tank on there to stop a Neo tank from striking from it. Lander's almost out of fuel. Okay, anti-air dies for killing off the copter. But as we can see, Talos is going to get another turn potentially to do stuff with this copter. I guess this anti-air 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it doesn't actually save this tank from potentially being harassed, but the tank is going to be at 60% defense, which is really good. Or plus 60%. And then we have a mega tank from deadfs. Okay, so the nice thing about mega tanks is that they one-shot everything on the ground, except other mega tanks. Against other mega tanks, they hit very hard. They hit a mega tank as hard as a copter hits a copter. As a nice reference that a lot of people are going to be very used to how hard copters attack each other. So interesting, this copter just decides to rotate towards the center rather than help out up here, but that's okay. These guys fall back to another mega tank. Okay, I see where this is entering. Mega tank spam can definitely be a thing. It's often joked as the theoretical mega tank endgame of Advanced Wars by Web. Mega tanks take very little damage from indirects, but they're limited by the amount of ammo they have, and they do still take a decent chunk from Neo tanks, even though they can like one-shot them. That's true. Mega versus Defense CO will miss some thresholds. They do 130% base damage to an infantry, which can normally kill an infantry on a city. But if the infantry on the city has extra defense, it's actually going to be able to survive against that one shot. I think. With a power, it definitely will. It probably won't survive with the comm tower bonus. I think mega tanks can one-shot an infantry on a mountain. And Neo tanks can survive against mega tanks when they're like on properties and all that fun stuff. Okay, so Talos attacks in here. Talos was saying that the biggest mistake of the match was sending this mega tank down to the bottom rather than sending it into the middle. Do you love the B-boat build? Oh, I didn't even see that. deadfs build a black boat. That's probably to repair the lander, but then it can also be used to ferry infantry, because infantry are very, 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 very important in high funds. All of the captures are worth twice as much, and you're also going to lose a lot of infantry because there's more of these really scary units that can just easily one-shot them running around. Put defense on copters. Okay. comes the Mega Tank. Oh, we got Mega Tank chains. Well, a Mega Tank chain usually is something you do to fight other Mega Tanks, and it looks like that's the idea. So we're gonna have, we might have opposing Mega Tank chains meeting in the middle. And here Talos takes the income lead. Now up 2k in income. And down here, attacks from deadfs. Okay. I'm not quite sure why this tank is standing on this city. It could have hit this other tank, but it doesn't want to get beat up. Oh, I see. I see. Never mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the tank is standing on the city to block the anti-air from reaching the copter. That's what it's doing. You have center, and you would have solidified it with this Mega Tank, with the Mega Tank initiative. Javier mirrors are kind of miserable. They are. Okay, we have medium tank coming here. Whoa, Neo tanks charging on in. Ooh, we get the double load of Mega Tanks into the lander. That's a very good play. That's kind of like a hello. What are you going to do about this? So what's really nice about this kind of attack is that all of these Neo tanks are almost impervious to these other Neo tanks because they're guarded by these Mega Tanks. So even if you like do Neo tank to kill a Neo tank, you'll just lose your 2 Neo tanks in response. And if you end up using all of your units to fight right now before these Mega Tanks show up, you'll run into problems of just not having enough unit count, which means even though these Mega Tanks could fight these other Mega Tanks, the other units will just get in the way. They are until you steal a comm tower. I think Sonja mirrors are pretty good. More Mega Tanks. Okay. So I like Talos's decision to take out that infantry with the anti-air. Wiping out infantry count stops properties from being captured, and then Talos goes in here. Takes out an infantry. Mega Tank isn't covering that. That Mega Tank is. Okay. I mean, that looked kind of exposed to me. It's almost like that tank lunged forward and the rest of the army is like, what are you doing, man? That's not safe. So, that looks like a super dead tank to me. But we'll see. It might have enough defense that deadfs doesn't want to deal with it. Ah. Okay, this is a excellent showcase of one of the weaknesses of Mega Tanks. Although there's only... Anyway, this Mega Tank has 3 ammo. I think this might not be worth it to go for right now because there's only 1 Neo Tank in range. But anyway, now it has 1 ammo. Well, okay, I don't know if sacrificing the full health and the 7 health tank is great here. This will end up killing off this Mega Tank. But I think Talos is probably fine with that exchange. This tank is actually going to be saved. Too scared. deadfs is too scared of the Mega Tank. Yeah, the black boat's doing great. Repairs, it refuels this lander. It's also going to be able to be used both for transporting these infantry and also helping refuel the Mega Tanks. Yeah. That was definitely a good transport buy. Down here, we have some more fights. Talos does not kill off the copter. Definitely just try to focus down the infantry here. Stop the captures from falling. Builds another Neo tank. Okay, yeah, it looks like Talos is deciding that the center is a lost cause and is instead going to try and take this corner back. Only has 2 infantry doing it though. And then attacks with the mega tank. I assume just to get charge. So I'm pretty sure the idea here is deadfs has the power active, so any damage that's done on this turn doesn't give deadfs charge, but it does give Talos charge. So it decides to just sacrifice the mega tank on this turn rather than let deadfs kill it off. I see, the copter's covered by the Neo, and you don't want to trade off. I would personally be fine trading off anti-air for copter in this case, just because it's not that difficult to resupply an anti-air to this front, but it does take quite a while for a copter to make it over here. But that's fine. Killing off the infantry is also very good. Now there's nothing over here that can deal with this Neo tank though, so it's going to be probably either falling back from Talos or trying to find a way to kill off this infantry and sacrifice everything for it. Okay, the pressure on the center is increasing. This city's fallen. These 2 are now being taken. Blackboat's doing a great job of making sure that there's enough infantry involved here. Then the mega tanks getting produced. So many. 2, 3, 4 in the center currently. Talos does have a charge advantage right now. Oh my gosh. There you go. There's the defense coming in. The Neo tank doesn't get the one shot on the tank like you would expect. That must be a very low health tank. It is indeed a very low health tank. The 4 health infantry is able to take it out. So Talos has now won this side for now. It might be that deadfs isn't going to be like deploying more mega tanks because there's already 4 in the center. These might just get dropped off right up here with the copter support. Alright, Talos decides to bring his own Neo tank down here to contest this one. Has this mega tank in range to stop a Neo tank first strike. No power usage though, which means that the power advantage is going to quickly, or the charge advantage is going to quickly slip away as any engagements on this turn that deadfs takes, although I don't see that many that are really good. But any that would get taken would only result in giving charge to deadfs. But it looks like not a single one is taken, so this is just a positioning turn. We have a wall of mega tanks. The way God intended. Yeah. Bam, bam, bam. So the idea here is just to make sure that none of these mega tanks can touch the other mega tanks. Because it would be very, very bad for deadfs if Talos was able to get like 3 mega tank first strikes with a Javier super. Bombers missing in action. Bombers are decent against mega tanks. They don't usually kill, but they do like 5 damage, I want to say. Mega tanks are tough. The 2 things that tends to kill mega tanks is other mega tanks or mega tanks running out of fuel or ammo. know. He's trying to blend in. It's like we're about the same shape. We're not like these golf balls. Okay. So deadfs is now threatening both this city and the lab. And somehow there's still a neutral city here. And oh my gosh, I didn't even notice because so much was lost here. Talos is now down 10k. And 10k is starting to be a very bad amount to be down in high funds. Like you can get away with being down 4k. Being down 10k, not so much. Being down 6k, it's a little more manageable. Oh, Talos just resigned slow. Mega tanks are such a menace. They start stacking up. Yeah, you're down 6 to 10k behind. You'll lose the top right soon. Yeah, the middle's lost. Saw the Mega Tank wall and resigned in awe. I don't know if you're going to lose the top right. The only thing I'm seeing that could potentially end up losing that is if you like lose your anti-air. Because it is attacking into this one base. Also day limit stuff. Yeah, I think the day limit stuff is pretty scary. I imagine it was a 30-day limit. Didn't even go for an attack with your super though. I'm not sure how Talos would have to go about trying to turn this game around. Because it is true that the top right is about to be heavily contested. Maybe this city can be captured by Talos, which will help. But this one's going to fall. I don't know how Talos is going to hold. The problem is Talos is going to have a heck of a time holding these cities while taking this city. Burn their house down. Could have gone out with a bang. That's true. I tend to prefer to go out with a bang, but that's okay. What can mortal man do against such powerful beauty? Mega tanks. It's fine. The real threat, I guess, is that this lab is going to fall down. And as I learned on Wednesday from Mr. Greensuit, labs count towards the capture victory. Or not the capture victory, but towards the day limit victory. You contemplated resigning and then your password manager filled it in and you're like, towers do too. My gosh. I was told that only income ones cared about the day limit. But I know they only care about that for capture limit. Maybe I just assumed capture limit and day limit were the same. Actually, I mean, bombers would be good. Fighters would also be good. Because one of the big problems that the mega tanks are going to have is that they're very slow. And there's a lot of choke points here. So I could see a fighter or a bomber doing work. Not necessarily getting the kills, but just getting in the way. You removed Advanced Wars by Web from your list? Yeah, that was a pretty gnarly high funds game, and a lot of that came down to kind of those very early game decisions of like the whole pace is set by this decision right here. of Talos goes for an aggressive tank, and then deadfs goes for this aggressive infantry, and that lets deadfs like get these properties that Talos spends the entire game trying to fight for, and finally getting. That's very interesting, because normally you would expect that to work out very nicely because you're against the one base. But the one base is actually able to put on a lot of pressure just because the two base isn't a real two base on one base. This base is also kind of dedicated towards the center. That's pretty cool. Okay. Next we have Mr.Ko's game. Should be in here. I have to, oh, there it is. Is Mr.Ko here? I tried to... I moved the... I swapped... Yeah, you're here. Swapped Friday and Sunday streams. So Mr.Ko could be here and talk about his game. So this is a very... just talking to chat, that is. A very traditional matchup so far on this map for this tournament. It's the Sami mirror. No worries, Mr.Ko. You guys might recognize Mr.Ko from my 2-hour-long replay analysis on Rhymer versus Mr.Ko. The recon is in the ocean. It can't move, but it's there to be what we call semi-fog. So it's a pre-deployed vision, and it's just giving access to the information of what these bases produce. You can kill it off with a battlecopter. You can kill it off with artillery. However you'd like. Early infantry battles are so common here. It's true. So the last replay stream, you might have remembered my game on this map where I was Lash against Adder, which is definitely some very unconventional matchups. But this one, lots and lots of Samis were picked, so we're going to see a lot of Sami mirrors in the future, perhaps. So we'll see how they go about this. Even in the Sami mirror, you get to kind of decide if you want to try and heavily fight and contest these central properties and like the comm tower, or if you want to try and do an early investment into the center and like have a more economic game. What is this map? You hate it already? So I can talk about it a bit. So the idea here is that you have an infantry only base right here, or a foot soldier only. You can build mechs, or you can build infantry, and then they can step over the mountains. But if you build any vehicle, it's just going to be stranded here. So this is just for foot soldiers, and that'll make it this front is going to be double base, but one of them's only foot soldiers and airport against a one base with a more central airport, so a stronger positioning for the airport. And then the mountain and the forests are placed like this to slow down vehicle deployment times, to give the infantry a better chance of getting some captures before just getting shut down by tanks and the like. And then you have this pipe seam here on your one base side that you can break to kind of turn off this the lag time on this deployment. You can now go this way, very direct, straight into the middle, right down here. So destroying this pipe seems a big deal, and the infantry combats are also going to be a big deal because of how delayed all of the vehicle production is and movement deployment. There we go. This base can't build vehicles at all. This one is the one you end up capturing and building from later, and it has to go through double forest to get anywhere. Not a lot of people can say that underpicked against Go7 is true. And also, the one base side has to its advantage that there's the pre-deployed vision here, so there's no surprises at all what this one base is going to be fighting up against until this gets taken out, which can let you take very sharp fog decisions. And also there's a lot of mountains here in between these two bases, so that also is going to help with these infantry fights. Here Mr.Ko actually attacks. They're both actually rushing this comm tower. And Mr.Ko actually does go for the attack here, and because this is Sami, this won't stop this capture, but it will set this infantry up to be taken out next turn. Your worst fear on this map is to misclick and build like a tank or something on the infantry base? Yeah. You like attacking the infantry there? I think that's a good choice too. The thing is this infantry only base is going to be able to put a lot of pressure on the one base. And Sami does care a lot about infantry count. So, killing off infantry against Sami is always going to be good. I'm not a huge fan of both players rushing the comm tower. I feel like that was very, very risky, but it's fine. They both did it, so it's okay. And you can see here now this one base isn't sending infantry over here because this is a very, very powerful airport in the center. And no infantry are being spared to go over there right now. Which could definitely end up hurting Mu JI6. Instead, they're being forced to head into the center and fight against this one base. Infantry versus infantry fights. Which is definitely going to favor Mr.Ko because there's another base here. So, this one can, if it wants to, it can dedicate itself completely to fighting. Just one for one, and that's going to be beneficial because all of these other captures in like the center are not going to be possible from this one base side, while this other base is able to take the entire center. And then we see here Mr.Ko actually went for a recon. Which I agree with. This is actually very much a standard tech in the game Lucius, or the map Lucius. There's pretty much an opening for all Sami vs Sami games where you go for early recon, because recon plus infantry will kill a Sami infantry on a city. And since the infantry count matters so much in Sami mirrors, that's a big deal. I don't like this attack. Like I was saying before, the infantry count matters a lot. Even injured infantry, definitely bring those back. They, even if you can't heal them up, you can save them for victory marches, and a 3 health infantry will instantly capture a property just as well as any other. And then yeah, you can see what's happening here. These cities right here, they're not captured. Every single production from this base of infantry is being sent to try and hold this comm tower. Throwing away infantry is Sami, I know. And on this flip side here, you can see that Mr.Ko is actually getting these properties. And the one base side is able to kind of develop itself up. Now the recon is nicely in position. And artillery is on the way. So you can see the huge difference in how this is playing out, where the infantry only base for Muj is not being very aggressive, which is letting Mr.Ko's one base side really set itself up to get the captures. Nothing's going to the middle, which I don't like. Like, this airport's really strong. But other than that, this is looking really good. The captures have been gotten, which gives also income and defensive terrain to fight from and be healed on. so you can really hold that position, and the artillery's coming out, which can be used offensively and defensively. It has a very safe path to make it to this forest, which overlooks all of these properties. It goes to forest, and then it goes to forest. It's hard to get a safer path than that. And then if you ever start going on the offensive on your one base side, then it can go from here onto like this missile platform and the artillery lock on the base. Is really good. The problem here with Mujay, I do like this artillery build, but first, before sending it out into the middle like this to this fight, I would kill off this recon so that you can actually have some surprise to your builds. If you're playing against a one base, but they know exactly what you're building, they can definitely play around everything very nicely. Okay, kills off this infantry mech behind this capture on the mountain, and Mujay is now going for this capture. We'll see. It's gonna hurt here though, because can't just send one infantry to stop this comm tower against Sami. You'd have to send both to kill this infantry to stop the comm tower capture, but then you have two very exposed infantry that get taken out, and you have to give up on this property. So Mujay has already sacrificed a lot to try and hold this comm tower, and it's looking like it might just fall. Oh no. Mujay with the misclick. This was probably a really fast click. It was probably like double click, try and reach the capture, but it's like on the edge of the map, so the capture probably like popped up on the left hand side or something. Not where they are used to. I'm actually in the way. A penguin self. Let's see if I can move myself so you guys can see this. There we go. So it was probably a case of like the capture window, like the menu popping up in a place they weren't used to, so they end up stepping off, which is really bad because not only does that hurt your economy, because you're going to end up getting this property much slower, but it's also an airport, so that produces stuff, and now there's no copter threats. And since this artillery wasn't used to kill this recon off, I imagine the plan was to build a copter and have the copter kill off the recon, and now that's just not going to happen. But that happened. That kind of thing can happen to anyone if you're playing too fast. I know. I think it might have been a Starflash versus Reimer game. It was Starflash versus someone. Maybe a Starflash versus Tordred, where a similar thing happened, except instead of stepping off of the property, you just waited the infantry. That's a slam your password into the resign box mega tilt moment. At least it's not delete. Thankfully, the delete does have a confirmation window. I know I have clicked really quickly and almost deleted a unit. I mean, I've done it so fast. Or in live, I have actually deleted the unit because I was like clicking quickly, and then I'm short on time, and I just hit the confirm, and the unit just explodes. That was Starflash versus Tordred. Okay, so this hurts. Because, and this is definitely part of why I wouldn't want to go for the comm tower very quickly. Because it's going to be really hard to hold if you aren't able to back that up with economy. So very nice execution here by Mr.Ko to save these properties, and he has the artillery in position to cover everything against these mechs. And both players were really slow to get to the center here, but it looks like Mr.Ko is going to be slightly ahead in that regard. So here it's kind of tough, I guess. I would say that I would use the mech to clear this, because this infantry can hit this other infantry from here. I guess moving... Well, actually, that's fine too. Yeah, you can move the mech over here to block off a potential, like, tank from hitting. Okay, I like that move too. That's good. Okay. Back for these captures. Looks like the artillery is going to be used to break this pipe seam. In fact, it's already firing, which is very good. 100% agree with clearing this pipe seam. The only thing I would change is just do it from this forest, because that's going to give you a better presence to moving on into the middle, and you can still shoot the pipe seam and you'll be nice and safe. You knew the tank was there. Well, there you go. Well, you're right. Mr. Moo floated 12k. So there's going to be probably a Neo tank built. Okay, this is starting to look like Mr.Ko is planning to take this one base out. Just bring a whole bunch of Sami mechs, bring in some artillery, and this base is just going to fall. Right? Mechs be marching forward here. Some vision, trying to put some pressure on capturing the comm tower. Sure. Oof. So I definitely understand this attack. It's like the value of hitting a mech with an infantry is really good. But you have to always remember that if you're playing Sami, your infantry count is really critical, and you can't just throw them away to do damage that isn't also killing a unit. Oh no, the penguin's just always in the way. I can just move this down and scale, and then... Oh, there we go. There we go, that works. I'll have to ask... I don't see the setting here. But for a while there, the information was popping up over here. Well. You call my penguin fat? Well, I think if I swap sides... Yeah, then it pops... Oh, that's... No, I can't do that, because now the chat is covering everything. I guess I could move the chat over to the left. We'll do a little bit of... Move me over. We can set it up like that for now. You wondered why they would cap with the 3 HP mech. Usually when they do something like this, it's to try and bait something to hit it, and then the artillery can shoot it, or the other mechs can take it out. There isn't really a better thing to do with it, I guess. It's definitely very vulnerable, but I think it's to try and get you to attack it, and then the artillery gets you. Then over here for sure, we can see that this one base side has been starved of units because of how much it's been trying to fight to save this comm tower, and now it's like March of Death is coming in with mech and artillery to lock it down. And the confidence. Mr.Ko is like, yeah, I got this, no problem. I'll just send my tank to harass in the middle now. Okay. Artillery takes out this infantry, which is going to reveal where it is. Not like it's going to show where it is, but there's only so many places that artillery could be attacking from. I guess it could also be like a rocket. Maybe like a rocket down here. Oh, okay, so it wasn't Neo Tank that was built, it was a Mega Tank. Or not a Mega Tank, a Medium Tank. The mechs get joined together there, which I'm not a huge fan of, because those are just going to get killed slightly more efficiently. Rocket, what a meme. You could also potentially build a pipe runner here. I don't think I've seen anyone do it, but to try and hold this base, you could build a pipe runner and like move it up or down. The problem, of course, is that pipes are always revealed. So your opponent's going to know exactly where your pipe runner is. And here we can see that the copter is built to actually kill off this recon. So it really, really hurt that the airport was delayed. And yeah, we can see here, Mr.Ko is going for Moo's own airport. And this artillery got hit by this tank. This one base looks like it's about to fall. While Mr.Ko's one base is very nicely set up. There's still infantry here. The artillery is in a great spot. And there's even more coming. The only thing I would say for Mr.Ko is that breaking this pipe seam will help a lot. Okay. Got more pressure put on this comm tower. Copter comes up. There's no time to kill off this recon. It really hurts Moo J's attack here that Mr.Ko knows every single unit that's coming in. Yeah, and now Moo J has to build an anti-air here, but also needs to build a medium tank. Technically, there's one more turn. I guess you can build an anti-air. Well, I know it'll get locked down, and the anti-air will just die, and then the copters will wipe you out. So I don't like the. Well, I mean, I do like, and I don't like the medium tank. I guess it's okay for now. Mr.Ko almost has a play of just moving the tank here and base and having the medium tank base lock itself. But this artillery would be able to help. Okay. You can see Mr.Ko is very well prepared for this attack. Although the artillery being here is pretty good for Moo J. It means this guy can get taken out. You can do like a double time attack here. The infantry comes up. Mech comes up, and then do like artillery. Medium tank kills this artillery. Copter comes over, probably here, to reveal this artillery, and then the medium tank sits on the city. It would be a pretty scary attack. We'll see. We have the artillery set up. Now it's base locking. And it's about to have a buddy. The mechs are coming in. Once the mechs are in range of this base, it's never... Well, now that there's artillery. But artillery and mechs in range means this is never going to build an anti-air. And the copter is just going to do whatever it wants. So just builds a mech here and floats 14k. Okay, so this also... Oh. So the problem with this attack in comparison to what I was just saying is that these backwards units are not going to get involved like they need to. Which would only have been possible with the double time, but it looks like Moo J didn't actually know about this artillery, so that would be why. Ooh, the airport does get stopped. 100% agree with canceling this capture to stop the airport. I mean, I guess you could safely not do so because you can kill off the infantry and then start capping next turn, but it would be mighty risky. Oh my gosh. Forced to just build an infantry on the one base side under that much pressure. That is very bad. I mean, I'm not saying that's a bad play because there's just not enough money to build something better, but it's very bad situationally, as very easily going to be cleared off. Like so, and then the capture starts. Medium tank is tagged by an artillery, which hurts a lot. There's nothing to do with this. Deal with this copter. Whoop! Mech barely lives. Ooh, we have the mech living means this anti-air can't hit this copter. By the way, we have the mega tank built for Mr.Ko, so this base is not gonna fall very easily. Well, this one's already falling. Once the one base side falls, the game should pretty quickly end if you're not also winning their one base side, and then Mujay just resigns. I think that's a fair resignation there. Very good fighting over here by Mr.Ko, making sure to kill off those infantry and put a lot of pressure on that one base side. I wasn't a huge fan of both players rushing the comm towers, but it worked out for Mr.Ko. Who doesn't like megas? Yeah, I mean, once Mujay sees this mega, there's basically nothing that they can do. I guess they can build the mega of their own here, but as soon as this falls, and then this entire army just heads over and takes this HQ. Talos. That was well played, and I think we're going to see some similar games to this. Because if there's one thing Sami can do, it's take properties. Although no victory march was needed here. This was just a double time. We mostly wanted something that could one-shot the seam out of the way. Yeah. Yeah, that was... Yeah. That's what I was saying, that you should have... if you could have, I guess, found the time to break the seam. It's a big deal to not have to go up around through a forest to defend over here. Especially if your opponent manages to make it to this forest, then you're completely locked out. Because they can just sit there. So very well played. And next we have LordFrognaros. Versus HawkSkyCrew. Oh, we got a big map. No. Make it super tiny. Scale you back. Here we go, like up here. There we go. There we go. Yeah, no worries, Mr.Ko. Okay. Oh yeah, you know what? I should be doing bets. Or not bets, but votes. Engage with my audience. Start a poll. We believe in the frog. Frog? Win? You don't want to vote? You fear being wrong? This map, ugh. Oh, I remember this map. This is the one that we saw the lash mirror on. And both comm towers fell to one lash. Oh my gosh, people believe in the frog. Always vote Jess. The recons are banned on this map. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Only 7 votes. Don't be tentative. Or 8 votes. That's okay. Everyone's voting for Frog. Well, 1 against Frog. Alright, let's see if the faith in Jess is justified. You don't like this map very much? Do you not like the map because of the recon ban? Oh, I need to change Frog to full dice. No comment. Who dares not trust our Frog? Yeah, they can ban any unit they want. They banned the recon because of some turn advantage thing, I believe. Ideally, you would just fix the map instead of banning units. Fluffy dares. Just forever. Yeah, I imagine artillery are very good on this map. There's some nice choke points. The center's kind of open. Over here for sure. There may be a tournament in the future that's a mech only, no or infantry band, but I don't think they would ever do that for Global League. They're very serious about the competitiveness, the competitive integrity of Global League. How should players go about playing this map? I'm not sure. So far we have a nice tank opener from both players, and that makes sense to me. The corners are going to be, well, infantry way up here. Did that just like beeline it? It did. How did I miss that? LordFrognaros stepping past this capture, going straight for this city. So this, to me, makes me think that LordFrognaros has played this map before and has experience with this city being very, very difficult to take.
Access granted.
Which would be very understandable because like an artillery from either player can very easily lock this down. Same with like copters. Usually when you don't know how to play a map, you revert to the base or like the standard opener, which is to capture all of the properties closest to your bases and then work outwards from there with a priority for capture chains. And then you'll build a tank first and try if you can get the first tank, you'll build the tank first and try and pressure their one base with it. If you're building your tank second, you will probably just build it in response to your opponent's tank. Yeah, I can't give advice on every map because I haven't played them all. Like I haven't played this map. But I can give advice as I see how things are playing out. And I do think that LordFrognaros' choice to go for this capture really quickly is going to pay off. Because I don't see how, once this base is up and running, how HawkSkyCrew is going to get this capture. where LordFrognaros actually gets this capture before the space was up and running, or like as it became up and running. So it's just going to come down to whether or not LordFrognaros can now hold this city. And should be possible, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Both of these bases here have a 2-turn reinforcement time to get tanks onto this city. Because a tank from this base goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it can't make it into the forest because it needs 2 movement. Or a tank from this city goes to here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's the same number of turns to get a tank to this onto this city, or even attacking this city for both of these bases, even though it's much closer to this one. So it should be somewhat equally contestable by both players, despite being so much closer. Okay. And then it looks like HawkSkyCrew is instead going to prioritize going for this comm tower, which LordFrognaros is going to let go through. There wasn't really an option, though, because, I mean, the infantry can't reach. And then we have the tank pressure from Fragnaros, which is going to help guard this property and potentially go for this comm tower, while also guarding over here against this tank. We have the artillery coming out from LordFrognaros, which makes sense to me. It's very choky over here, so if you just have a few infantry and an artillery, you can really pressure these properties, which I would really recommend. Same with like over here. I think an artillery being used to either hold this property or try and take that property makes sense. You can do it from across the water. And over here, they both had the same harassment on this property. Oh, I didn't even notice that. HawkSkyCrew goes for this first strike, finds a little way through here. This might have been a case of LordFrognaros making this move with the intention of building a tank to like tank chain and protect it, but then ends up like changing the mind later on and builds an artillery down here. That's something I make a lot of mistakes for. So this is a nice first strike from HawkSkyCrew. We'll see how LordFrognaros deals with this. There's a couple things. Like this tank is now deep into enemy territory. So if LordFrognaros wants to, he can definitely just bring a whole bunch of infantry to stand next to this, put the tank on a city, build a tank, and then just kill this tank off next turn. That will slow down the infantry pressure like on this comm tower and potentially like on this city. But the tempo loss of losing an entire tank can often make that worth it. Yeah, you can trap the tank, exactly. And we have the response artillery over here. You can see here, HawkSkyCrew is making sure the same thing can't happen on this side. The infantry are standing in these choke points, so the tank can't come through and get this tank first strike. Oh, so it looks like LordFrognaros is not going to try and lock this completely in place. Just sort of in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It can run over here if it wants to. But that's still in tank range, is I imagine the idea. I'm not a huge fan of this approach that LordFrognaros has taken up here, because infantry on mountain, infantry on plains clears this, and then infantry just comes over and hits, and then this artillery can come out with a tank buy to cover it against a 4 health tank. This looks like kind of just free attacks for HawkSkyCrew, which is something you really don't want. But this is nice. Walling for this artillery, as it's going to come in and be very difficult for HawkSkyCrew to actually hold this comm tower once this artillery gets behind it. See though, we do indeed have this. Oh, that works too. Okay. Used a different infantry to hit from the mountain. Totally fine. Decides to put the artillery on the city. That's also fine. Okay, has to fall back here. Moves the tank over here, which I don't like. I don't think I like it. Maybe there's going to be something I don't quite see. It does help defend this capture, which might be the idea, but it weakens the tank's options for stopping like this capture and trying to zone stuff away from this comm tower. Here we have a nice kill off of this tank, so it's a very good tempo win for LordFrognaros, as well as like a unit count win. And then, yeah, definitely run back over here. It was a mistake to go in, and it's good to recognize that it is and just pull back and try and preserve as much stuff as you can. So this is a very forward property that HawkSkyCrew is going to be able to capture because so much stuff is invested in killing off this tank. However, it's also a very forward property, which means it's going to be very hard to hold. And it's not a huge deal if HawkSkyCrew gets this property and is only able to hold it for like 2 days, in which case LordFrognaros is totally happy with that exchange. Okay, over here, this tank does get to hit the this tank unguarded, or this infantry unguarded. That is now going to put, of course, kills off an infantry, which helps with unit count, but is also now putting a lot of pressure on this city to be captured. But that does mean that this tank is no longer guarding anything over here. So I would not be surprised if this comm tower fell. Over here, HawkSkyCrew doing a good job taking this city, because it is definitely very contested. And LordFrognaros wasn't able to get an artillery in position to lock it down from a safe position, from a safe space across the water. Then we have the first copter built, which is kind of demand some sort of reaction from LordFrognaros, who attacks in over here, which is fine as long as there's some nice follow-up, which it looks like there is. Just accepts that this corner kind of got lost. It's okay. Just trade it out over here. The other corner, making sure that there's infantry in range to contest this city capture while being supported by a tank. Okay, so this comm tower is going to fall to LordFrognaros, and because they're playing as Jess, that's going to give all of their vehicles that 20% damage threshold, which is very good. It's what lets you 100% get 2-hit KOs with the same type of unit. Like 2 tanks will kill a tank on a city. That's not true for every type of unit, but for tanks and infantry, it is. It definitely looks like HawkSkyCrew is planning to try and take that comm tower back very quickly, as everything's moved over here and the middle's been somewhat abandoned. So this is what I was talking about before, where if you go for this extended city, but you're not able to hold it, then that's just not going to be very good. In fact, why did that tank not move? That tank didn't move. I'm not sure what happened there. That's definitely a big blunder. It might have just been forgotten about, or maybe there was like an auto end turn that happened there. I know there's no recons on this map to block or harass these infantry. And then over here, we have LordFrognaros is like, that's a very scary army. I'm gonna just fall back. I'm not sure what's going on with this anti-air though. Oh, I see. It came from the other base. Well, it doesn't protect everything against this copter, so this copter is going to get potentially a free hit. The hit on the tank won't be free unless a lot of stuff comes with it, because it can get trapped in there. Go7 called it a blunder. Okay. HawkSkyCrew is doing pretty well, up 2k, which is basically this one city. But has a nice attack over here. And holding this area pretty nicely too. We'll be able to get the comm tower back while having this really strong attack with lots and lots of infantry, which is a big deal because this is a very cramped area and these guys will just get in the way, as well as meaning that the captures will be very easy to go for. So LordFrognaros flipping this back will even up the income. We have the copter coming up here. Put on some pressure. Whoa. Okay, so this attack here, I don't like it because it's just going to tie them in artillery. But I think it was done, judging by what happens next, just to get this charge. So we'll see what the turbocharge can do. Doesn't let the anti-air reach the copter, which is too bad. Oh, no, oh, I see. Does let another tank come in over here, so that's a lot better than just kind of sacking a tank, like I was initially thinking there. Then we have an attack in here with a bunch of infantry to delay this capture. Is in range of an artillery. This tank's in range of a mech. There's other tanks here, so this might be a very bloody battle. Or it might, it only won't be if HawkSkyCrew decides to retreat. So this was a very good front switch that I did not see coming. These units were kind of far back and just defending, trying to hold this property, it looks like, which gives LordFrognaros like the room to leave this front for a bit and attack over here instead. Interesting. So I don't like the copter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess the copter is forced to hit from here, but I'm not a huge fan of it because that's kind of what the mech would want to do. I guess the mech can be used to hit that guy instead. Okay, this is fine. Very bloody. Lots of infantry go down. Artillery still in a great spot. Copter's out of range of the anti-air. Comm tower is being threatened. That's looking good. Oh. Oh, Raizo had a game finish. Very nice. Yes. Okay, so HawkSkyCrew is seeing that there's a whole bunch of infantry over here, but they have no vehicle protecting them. So this is what we would call a free dude, essentially. The tank can just go in there and hit an infantry. It's not completely free because it didn't kill the infantry. But the general idea is there. Okay, so we'll see how this plays out. This is looking very dangerous for LordFrognaros to try and contest this comm tower over here. Well, the attack on the flip side is looking pretty good. The one thing I'll say is you do need to be very careful when playing against Jake, because the indirect range can go up by 1. So even though that looks like a free infantry kill with the tanks, it is not necessarily so. And all of these infantry retreat and try and find a nice coverage. Good. It looks like Jake isn't going to be using the normal power. Might be just saving up for the super. It looks like they're trying to get it right here. Okay. You have the block rock, which will let this tank get involved and this artillery shoot one of these tanks. Also lets this attack happen, which is decent. It's not going to be the best, because the anti-air can just go on to one of these cities and heal, and that tank gets built. This place, but you can see here the artillery gets to one-shot the tank, and this tank gets to come in and do a ton of damage. But on the side, or on the front over here, the block rock isn't quite so scary. Although this is pretty nicely blocked off so that this tank is in the way of this anti-air reaching this copter, which is very nicely done. We have all of these vehicles just very awkwardly smushed up against the top of the map. Which is gonna, if they all swarm into this area, that's gonna give LordFrognaros another chance to kind of like front switch into the middle. Leave them behind. 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah. The anti-air is still able to wrap around, so the block doesn't quite work for Jake there. Kill off that tank. This can be a downside of using block rock, is if you, or movement based powers in general, is if you use that to go for an attack, but then next turn you don't have that same movement boost, so you can't actually cover your attack. Which looks like is what happened right there. Okay. Besides the anti-air, 7 health, totally fine. Doesn't need to be a full to still one-shot copters. And here you can see the tank is kind of in a tough spot now. It's next to another tank that's on a base, nice and safe. And when a tank is next to a tank like this, this guy cannot escape. Since they both move 6. So anywhere this guy can go, this guy can too. There's no unit to shield. Okay, the artillery goes down for LordFrognaros over here. And this comm tower was captured. But LordFrognaros is going to get the one over here. They just keep swapping these comm towers back and forth. Okay, really far back here for HawkSkyCrew. And LordFrognaros does have a power available and the threat of a super. This tank is going to get picked off. Like so. Definitely something I think HawkSkyCrew should work on is the kind of unit positioning and making sure not to dive in too deep. Okay. LordFrognaros just delays this capture, picks off some of the overextended units, starts falling back to heal. Doesn't use the powers, just holding on to it. Really wants this stuff to kind of expose itself more. Have some more sides to attack from. Forces some infantry to move forward to stop this capture. Okay. There's a little bit of a move forward over here for HawkSkyCrew, making sure the artillery is on the planes. It is covering the tank, but it's not covering this capture. So we'll see how good that is. There's really just tanks and an anti-air for LordFrognaros on this front. Ooh, we have an attack in here. Use the 6 health to kill the 4 health, and that gives the Jess super. This artillery is going to do a lot of damage. It can one-shot stuff. Like so, which breaks down this wall. Get a nice first strike there. This artillery does get hit. It's going to heal up to 4. And this one's going to be full health and get a nice strike. So this is going to be a very bloody battle over here. Copter's going to go down. And I would not be surprised if Block Rock was a possibility. Ooh. Very nice breakthrough by LordFrognaros here. Tank from way over there, and then the 4 health tank. And then with the Jess super, he can one-shot the planes infantry. Anti-air will, of course, one-shot the mech, and then the artillery gets taken out. And we have this anti-air zoning the copter. It might get hit by this tank, but it should still be healthy enough to effectively zone the copter after this tank hit, even if it was with a Jess super or a Jake super, because it can only happen on from the comm tower instead of on planes. You find it better to fight in mid instead of the corners? Yeah, I think definitely the front switching from mid to corners and then corners to mid makes a lot of sense to me, because as soon as they've dedicated units from this one base, or I guess it's two base, but this base on towards the corner here, it's gonna be really slow to swap them out. They either have to kind of go through your forces, or they have to go through like double forest and all that stuff. So I think that front switches might be the way to go on this map. Obviously, these kind of fights are going to happen quite a bit as well, because people don't want to lose their comm towers. Okay, anti-air is able to take out that copter. This fight is kind of going in the HawkSkyCrew's favor now, and LordFrognaros is going to have to pull back. On the on this side, in this corner, LordFrognaros is doing pretty well. And there's definitely some very serious center threats. Down goes the copter. Down goes the tank. Who actually lives at one? Fall back, fall back. Probably need to fall back all the way. It's not like you need to actually have this covered, because there's no infantry that can start capping it this turn. So I don't think you need to kind of put yourself forward like this. It's probably fine, because these artillery aren't going to be able to hit with their extra range. And there's only like 4 vehicles to do damage. So it could be a lot worse. Down here. Ooh. Decides to focus on hitting the tanks rather than try and take out these anti-airs. So that's probably a very good thing for LordFrognaros. The tanks can go back and heal. The anti-airs can still be used to help take out this tank, and then the artillery can come up to defend against the medium tank. Oh, okay, interesting. So yeah, no block rock used this turn. Instead, just starts sliding stuff up a little bit. I don't like how no infantry is in range of going for this comm tower, because that makes these vehicle threats not real threats. They really need the that infantry capture threat to create some response in your opponent. So like these 7-6 infantry, you could just join them together right here on this forest if you want. And then your opponent's going to have to do something, otherwise just like take the comm tower. Okay. Instead, LordFrognaros is going to kind of fall back a little bit. Now the artillery aren't actually covering the comm tower. And that's fine, because of course these infantry aren't threatening to take it. And it looks like another turn with no Jake super, which is giving LordFrognaros a chance to kind of catch up in the power. But at the same time, it's letting Jake build up more troop or more units that can be used for the power. Assuming they don't get picked off. Ooh, interesting. So neither of these artillery are actually covering this comm tower, which is a very odd placement. But I guess it was the idea is it's more important to guard this tank and this anti-air. Okay, still rather close to HawkSkyCrew's stuff here. Still no Jake super used. Okay. Move very far forward here. We have a Jess medium tank. It steps out while being guarded by these infantry. This is to try and stop a Jake medium tank first strike, which definitely would be painful. You see the wall being changed up over here. It's almost like we're stalling, but we're stalling very aggressively. Anti-air just zooms up here and tags this artillery. The vehicles are more important. I think it would have been fine to guard the comm tower and let an anti-air go. You want power for next turn. Yeah, he has no copters right now. Yeah, I can understand setting the anti-air. Okay, we have the attack. If LordFrognaros gets another power usage here before HawkSkyCrew uses a super, there'll be a definite advantage. We're going to have just a strike on this mech. I'm not a huge fan. It did only 2 damage. Okay, I mean, this does... I guess it does also stop it from being used to go for the comm tower, though. It's probably okay. But if that doesn't get HawkSkyCrew to use the super, then I don't know what will. Okay, there we go. Oh, this isn't on a plane, so it can't one-shot that. Probably would have been better off instead shooting this 8 health infantry on the comm tower then. Although that might not have killed him. Okay, we have the breakthrough over here. Clear the way to get the medium tank hit. That shouldn't kill, but it'll do a lot of damage. The problem is that there's double artillery here staring at that medium tank now. So I don't think that's going to end up being that great of an attack. Over here, we can see a bunch of stuff get taken out. Zoom, the anti-air comes in. Clears off the comm tower. The mech gets the kill. Tank gets to knock this artillery down to 3. It'll heal up to 5. And it's on a city, so it's in a pretty happy spot. So that was a pretty good attack. I'm not a huge fan of this medium tank getting taken out for its efforts, but it almost traded basically 1-for-1, so it's not the worst thing. And we have a little bit of an infantry move out to start threatening these properties. The counter Jess super is going to do a lot of damage with these artilleries. Bam. 8 health off of that tank. Ooh, the infantry letting Jess down. Another very good shot. And a lot of tanks are going to zoom in here from the back 40. Anti-air takes out the copter. Tank takes out the mech. Tank takes out the artillery. Might as well, yeah, definitely retreat with this guy. Tank comes up, takes out the medium tank. Copter starts flying in over here. Infantry just stands in the way. Anti-air backs up. Tank on the city. Making sure that the healthy units are nice positions to block. So that looks like a very strong turn. The situation over here for HawkSkyCrew is looking very dire. Medium tank was taken out. There's still 3 tanks over here with double artillery behind them, and another anti-air and a tank. So I don't know how this is going to hold, like maintaining control over this comm tower. And now that the artillery attack, they're kind of insisting that HawkSkyCrew holds this position, which is looking to be pretty tough. Big old Jess super. So the unit naming is not going to work on the streams. It's going to be in the standalone videos, which I should have one coming out. Fingers crossed this end of this weekend, and you'll see it there. Ooh, okay, so we have a breakthrough down here. Take out the tank, go for the artillery. Okay. It does let this artillery, of course, get a nice shot, and then some of these guys can get involved with the copter, but it might be able to hold enough to stop these artillery from getting hit. Yeah, attacking in base range is tough. These infantry are very, very awkward. LordFrognaros wishes that they could build a recon to deal with this, but sadly, not available. So you copter tank shot, artillery shot. I guess that's fine. It is a low health tank. Anti-air just scoots forward, so the artillery line, or the artillery's defenses did hold. Over here, the infantry did manage to take out that tank, though. And the units be marching in. Okay, got the pressure on this city. We just have infantry staring at each other. Actually, it looks like there's nothing. There's just this medium tank in range to protect this city. So, HawkSkyCrew can just take that. Then we have the beat down. Just gonna let the artillery get a nice shot on these tanks, but it's still gonna be fighting within base range, so it's not gonna be ideal. Ooh, we got a nice artillery on artillery shot and artillery on tank shot. That's definitely a good beat down. It's not like the movement bonus is a big deal when you're fighting in such tight quarters. Huge breakthrough. And then, yeah, just block that tile, and then LordFrognaros will have to use a power and a 3 health medium tank to try and stop this. Which isn't great. Okay. We have the power response. Power to power. Tank comes in, hits the anti-air. Definitely the weak link in this army is this anti-air. There's nothing else around to deal with this copter. I would really like it if there was something else that could hit this anti-air, though, because 4 health is still pretty decent. If nothing else, I would use the copter itself to try and knock this down. The medium tank does come in. And here comes a nice wave of infantry. They are Jess infantry, which is important to keep in mind. They're going to be a little weaker than you might anticipate. Ooh, we have a nice join to make it so this infantry isn't able to be cleared as part of the wall very easily, although this guy can. Okay, and then this anti-air comes over here. This anti-air is just going to serve the job of a recon. Oh. This guy was supposed to sack itself? Oh, this guy was supposed to sack himself. Oh, into this, I see. Take out the anti-air. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I would have liked the attack from the copter on the anti-air here. You can see a 4 health anti-air still does really good damage. Okay, everything falls back over here. 3 health medium tank does its job. This copter also gets tagged. Lots of tanks have been built over here. So it might be time for some tech ups on this front for LordFrognaros. Ooh, just attacks this copter. Okay. There's no infantry left over here. Everything's just in the middle now. Yeah, they're just super recons if you think about it. Exactly. They're slightly slower, but they have better movement type. Double recons. Up the tank, kills off this tank. So this is looking pretty good for LordFrognaros. Just needs to send like one more copter over and it's golden. Attack over here to try and stop the comm tower being captured. All of these very injured units. You have to be careful with these repairs because this is your one base side. So you don't really want to rely on just building tanks here to get the job done. And sometimes you have to accept that you're just going to have weakened units that you keep around to either be sacrifices or to like finish off other weakened units and let your money build up enough so you can actually tech up. But yeah, day 25 is still pretty equal. So I'm not a huge fan of these repairs. I think this base at this point is looking like it desperately needs to tech up. And that's going to be really hard to do if there's too many things repairing. See it's being completely broken through at this point. Decobert agrees. Jake lining up for the artillery COP. Yeah. Scream, scream, scream. Okay, we have the attack in. I'm gonna drink some water. So this is LordFrognaros trying to get some compensation, right? So there's been some pretty nasty attack over here. It looks like it's not very challengeable. So that means but on the other front, you can see it's kind of vulnerable, and there's no infantry left except for this guy. So if you can put enough pressure on here, and then get your infantry going for these captures, then you're good to go. Probably have this guy. I'm fine with this. Having threat on the comm tower makes a lot of sense. This guy I would have threaten this city rather than send him down here. Ooh. Goes in with the attack here. Shoots the anti-air out. Nice. It's a tank. Falls back with that artillery. You can see LordFrognaros just doesn't have enough money. Only 13k. Can't even do like tank copter stuff after killing an anti-air, which is not what you want. So in general, I'm a big fan of lots of really good repairs, especially on the front lines, where it means that your money is like impacting the fight quicker. But if your base is being pressured so much, tech ups are kind of what you have to do. And that's going to be hard to do. Or at least going like battlecopter tank. Kind of like what's going on over here. And I guess in this case it's going to be copter mech. All right. We have the we have the comm tower being captured. They're gonna swap comm towers yet again. There we go. Fall back to the medium tank to help protect everything. Medium tanks is Jess. very nice because of that extra movement and attack power that she gives them. A similar case can be made for Jake having nice medium tanks because extra movement and attack power, because there's so much planes on the map. Of course, Jess ones are a little more flexible. They can attack from anything and have that extra firepower. Okay, comm tower does fall. We have another anti-air built in response to this incoming copter. This medium tank has been repaired up, so it is ready to get involved and start doing stuff. Copter comes in, just takes a pot shot at this infantry. We have a medium tank as Jake from Jake over here, trying to push out of the corner, take this city. And then just a whole bunch of infantry doing nothing, which I guess both players have, so it's fine. But ideally, you are going to be able to use those infantry to actually start having some sort of pressure. If Jess power used here. This is a very weird Jess power because it's used after the tank moves. So LordFrognaros probably saw something and used the power. This wasn't like at the start of the turn plan. Oh no. I see what LordFrognaros was looking at is like a sacrificial attack to get to the artillery. But the extra defense that the power gave LordFrognaros got in the way there. So there was no sacrifice. Does find another way to get to the artillery though, so it's not all in vain. Which is good. Builds another artillery. Sure. It's not the best power, but sometimes you gotta do what you can. You were so mad. Time to offer a draw. Oh, tank survives. Oh, infantry going for the exposed cities. Medium tank starts moving in. So it's not a huge punish from HawkSkyCrew. I know the infantry do look like they're magnets to hold against missiles. Oh my gosh. We're busting on in here, making sure to take out the artillery, because those are what are in place to deal with the medium tank. Ooh, we got the sacrificial attacks coming out. Try and get these kills, take care of these infantry that are threatening the city. Get the rocket buy. Rocket buy makes a lot of sense when you've got a bunch of units in the way and artillery to try and outzone. We'll see if this rocket can kind of get into a nice position. Ideally, it doesn't have to base lock to fire, but I mean, if it like fires on a medium tank, then you base lock yourself. Just do a one base skip is fine. Okay, rockets are built, came back on. Medium tank is doing a very good job because of all the drills through to kill the artillery. The missile Chan response. Okay. There is a Jake super that LordFrognaros needs to be wary of here. Making sure to be more than just one tile out from these indirects. An attack over here, trying to hit these infantry. I guess it's not so bad. Only one of them gets tagged with a super. Or no, I guess this guy also gets to hit. The only problem is that the attacking infantry aren't very well covered. So it might just get wiped out. Ooh. Ooh. Picking off units here and there, it looks like. No Jake super used. The artillery gets hit, which is very sad. But this artillery, or this tank, is not covered at all, so that's totally fine. Okay, we have the big old front switch, but the problem with this front switch that HawkSkyCrew is doing is that LordFrognaros was already front switching, so it's just a front switch to match. What you'd really like to do is have LordFrognaros like all the way in this corner defending the comm tower, and then you'd front switch into the middle. Okay, tank goes down. Medium tank takes another little kill. Just making sure to be out of range of those artillery. Rocket moves onto a city. It's going to need a lot of protection. Okay. Oh. Finish off an infantry there. Let's see here. Jake moves over here with a mech to hold this line. What are these units going to do? Are they going to try and just completely front switch all the way to this side? They're so usually, usually you want the army a little bit further back when you're going for a capture like this, unless you're just purely trying to block access, because you don't want the opponent to be able to just jump on you and get a bunch of first strikes. The rocket can kill an infantry. It doesn't. It's gonna go hold the city. Okay. LordFrognaros is also like, I don't know what this group of units are doing, but I'll just follow them alongside here. And I'll get this front ready to receive them into the next map. That's a long front switch. Okay. These units are now kind of stranded over here. Although this infantry is in a nice position to threaten to take this. Nothing moves? Well, if nothing moves, then there's no way LordFrognaros doesn't have an amazing attack here. I mean, you can even just like hit this with the rocket to clear it, or you can use something else. Indeed, there is an attack here. It's very dangerous to have your army on the front lines and then not move it for a turn. Here we get the Jess power so that the tank can be taken out, so that the artillery can be hit. Yeah. Make sure to pull back over here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if you probably need to pull back. This army probably has to pull back farther to get out of range of a Jake super, or it can just try and merge with this army. See, these maps have backstories. That's something to ask the map committee. If Habits is here. There are definitely some maps that have a story to them. I don't know this map. Yeah, Frog can surround him on both sides. At least says yes. Okay, we have the Jake super. Not sure what happened. LordFrognaros, did Jake just like time out without moving the rest of the army or something? On that previous turn? Okay. It's gonna be a bloody battle. Comm tower is under some serious threat. Anti-air gets taken out. This copter is uncontested. Ended his turn there. Wow. Okay, this is looking very good for LordFrognaros in the middle. Medium tank is used to take out that infantry. Well, at least it's given a lot of backup there. So this is suddenly looking very, very good for LordFrognaros. Just has to hold this area and just clean up all of this stuff very nicely. Looking like it's going to be very nicely done. Ooh, even the Jess infantry getting in there with a 2 damage to the artillery there. That might have been a guaranteed roll though, because this is an 8 health medium tank that hit that artillery. So that was probably a really low 2. Okay. You can see that LordFrognaros is kind of going with the method of ignore the big unit until I can kill it, which is a very, very good tactic. Okay, these guys aren't in range to protect the comm tower yet, but there isn't the full health infantry that can capture it, so it's fine. And HawkSkyCrew resigns. Yeah, at that point, I think the army was kind of taken out. At this point, it's looking... Actually, at this point, it's still looking really good for LordFrognaros. Actually, up in unit value at the end of their turn. So they were really even until... British? Huh. Here they're looking even. Oh, yeah, and this medium tank just keeps doing more and more damage. HawkSkyCrew just keeps holding on to the super. Loses more stuff, yeah. So that was a very good medium tank buy over here. That tech up completely won that front, basically. So very, very good. You can see the power of the medium tank. Starflash was trying to deny that medium tanks are good in standard, but they're good. They're good, I say. Okay. Next we have P-Dog versus Fluffy. Fluff. It's like an H, right? Yeah. Fluffy. There we go. Oh, Fluffy. Okay. It's a Z map. I'll just keep it like that. Face the right. Face the left, please. Okay. Oh, true. Engage with the audience. Start a poll. Who wins? Will P-Dog win? I think I influence I think I influence who gets chosen depending on who I'm asking in the question, but it's okay. It's faster than changing the yes and no's to the players and everything. No. Your vote is in. P-Dog and Fluffy with the cheats. They got the knowledge. You're not in the majority of the votes. Aww. Insider voting. It's true. Okay, it's looking like 1/3 to 2/3. Not bad. Rigged. Well, that okay. So this is Adder versus Sonja, which means that P-Dog is playing down a tier. Sonja is definitely tier 3 in Fog. She pretty much dominates tier 4 whenever she's let into it. Which means I would definitely give the advantage to Fluffy. I know that Sonja is sometimes let into tier 4 Fog, but she's really good. Z games always allow her, and you always forget about her in tier 4. So yeah, this is a Z game. This isn't a global league game. So this is an example of what a Z map might look like. You can see it can be oftentimes a little more experimental. Sonja is also tier 2 in our hearts. And Fluffy is indeed a Sonja main. So this lander for P-Dog is being used very aggressively for some reason. But, I mean, I guess it could be trying to fake that an infantry got plopped off in this forest. Just like what Fluffy does. We'll see if Fluffy falls for it. I don't know what it would mean to have Fluffy fall for it. Oh, the lander just stands there. You didn't see the lander. It's in your vision. There's not much to see. Okay. You have a very fast recon here. It definitely has a nice deployment route along a lot of roads. You didn't know what to do with it, so you scouted for no reason. Gotcha. I mean, pre-deployed transports are definitely like a knowledge check. It's like, do you know how to use transports really well? Usually you want to use the at the first opportunity, you want to use the lander to drop off somewhere to get for some captures. As for why you chose the right city instead of the left capture chain. Your Sonja senses told you to trap the infantry on the right. Oh, over here. Gotcha. There you go. You seem too far from your base, and you overextended without transport help. Well, you don't have to go like over here. You can just drop off in the center. That would totally be fine. I agree that it's definitely very risky to drop off up here right away. But like dropping off over here looks great. You got capture chains, early center presence. You can also use it to pick up like recons and stuff. Surprised Fluffy doesn't do here. Looks like Fluffy's going to commit to picking up an infantry next turn. The recon into this lander, dropping it right here, could be good. I guess it's a little risky because this infantry's right here on the forest. We have the recon come up for P-Dog. So here you don't go for this capture. And the way you're going to know that you don't go for this capture is you're going to look at where your units are and how you're like moving up towards that area. So instead what you'll do is just attack this guy and try and wipe him out. I guess you can also ignore him until your recon comes into range. I mean, that's also fine. It's not like this is bad. I would focus on taking this guy out and taking the city back. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the Sonja extra defense. I guess this is the one base side, so yeah, waiting for the recon is totally fine. You can do it as Jake. I guess you don't have your comm tower yet, so it's not as good. You could also... Let's go back. You could also walk around it, like go into this forest to go for these center properties, while you wait for your recon to get in range. The Sonja counterattack damage is overrated for sure. Which is saying something because it's not rated very highly. And this guy's gonna get away. So sneaky. I guess it's not going to get away. Oh, it is going to get away. Well, that's a really good place to put that infantry. The recon just barely can't reach it. A nice interrupt on that comm tower. Start going for the center properties. Very strong central tank here. Just backs away from the recon. That's totally understandable. The recon into the center. It's a pretty nice spot, actually. You're safe in a forest, and you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see both of these properties, and you can reach both of those properties. Fluffy does have Sonja senses. Okay. Oh my gosh, this Fluffy is doing a great job just being one tile out of every engagement. Okay, very aggressive drop-offs here. And this tank has taken the long journey down here. One base side reinforcing the two base side to really put the pressure on P-Dog. But it does look like that P-Dog is able to get some nice counterplay for sure. Recon comes over. Oh my gosh, doesn't get that kill. The double tank. Tank infantry clears that. Goes for this capture. Very nice. Good. This is a lot of pressure to put on Fluffy over here. There's this. That's a good pick off. Nice and safe in the forest. But Fluffy's got some nice pressure as well. Oh, I do not agree with that move. That is a very gutsy play to make as 0 tower Sonja. Basically what happened there is Fluffy saw that the tank didn't roll completely awful on this attack. It was like, oh, maybe Maybe I can kill it off. Okay, it did get killed off. The 1 health infantry. The 1 health infantry did work out. I still think it would be worth it to it'd be worth it to finish this capture instead. But that's okay. It did end up working out. The 1 health infantry was clutch. The recon comes in, kills off the 1 health guy. Ooh, that hurts. Recon lives at 1, and then you attack in, and you're like, no! There's an artillery. Ooh, we have the medium tank built. Right away. Fluffy's so aggressive with these drop-offs that these cities that are so quick to capture with a 1 infantry transport are still neutral. Instead, this 1 base is capturing everything. The aggression is real. Okay, I like this block-in on this tank. It has nothing that it wants to do. Definitely, I think in the future, if you end up playing on this map, you have to find a way of getting this airport faster for the 1 base side. Yeah, PDOT can only see question marks the entire time. But you can track, well, if you're trying to, you can track all of the HP of all of the units. Ooh. This is impressive from Fluffy here. Anticipates that P-Dog is going to go for this airport like right away, and the mech is actually going to get there in time to save it. Yeah, mech through the river. All of these infantry. Oh, surviving. Medium tank is a nice hit there. Out of range of this artillery. Got lander boost into the forest. Okay. Alright, nice, nice. That was a pretty good adder power. The middle is definitely under the control of Fluffy, though. Looking good there. Oh. Oh my gosh. Fluffy keeps going for the luck rolls and getting them. Hashtag not my Sonja. Oh no. No, it's fine. No, it's not fine. Why would you do that? Because if you go here, 1, 2, you can't reach to stop the airport. Oh, I see. It's not good enough to just stop it with the mech. You gotta try and use the missile to lock it down. Okay. Missile built. I would much prefer using the mech, but I guess the tank, you'd have to like block with the tank or something. You approve of this play? My gosh. Like completely abandoning this 1 base side. It kind of comes down to whether or not P-Dog can understand that the 1 base side is so abandoned that it can just kind of be swarmed and taken out right now. I like it. The medium tank is like, no, we're getting this airport. You are not stopping me. Okay. Looks like P-Dog hasn't quite realized yet just how empty this one base side is. Ooh, fancy. Fancy play from fluhfie here. Locking in this medium tank with the artillery backup. I also like that P-Dog is now sending these units across the river to save the one base. It's very good. fluhfie's being very nice taking out this vision. Getting these central properties. It's looking very scary for P-Dog for sure. Does get the airport. We have a medium tank built for fluhfie here. Which means the opportunity to really attack in is no longer quite available for P-Dog. Just falls back with this medium tank. It doesn't attack the comm tower. Well, in this case, I think I don't know if there's any way to save this guy now. I think you have to stand there and just hit something. And just suck up the shot. You always approve of Missile Chan? Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't need to build a missile right away because the airport wasn't online. But it's still there. This is very mean and good vision play here from fluhfie. Medium tanks only have one vision, so the artillery just sits unguarded right in front of it. You've got the counter break. Oh my gosh, look at that vision. I have no idea if stealths are allowed. They are allowed. Okay. See everything. Right. P-Dog starts capturing some very, very needed properties. I'm not sure why this tank decided to move forward. I guess it's so that the medium tank couldn't just step forward. Oh, this is so awkward. You really don't want to have to stand on your base like that. You'd like to be able to move on to the city. So definitely tank strike first to reveal this, and then go over here and then build another big vehicle. You don't want to be able to be easily surrounded. I can see all of the units I can do below average damage too. Yeah. I'm not sure. Did artillery not fire? It didn't fire. I was trying to be very aggressive here. Okay. Definitely move the tanks over here to try and save this base. Why the copter? I don't like this copter buy. Is this just to get charge? Or is it because you have your artillery threatening the missile? We've got the mega tank from fluhfie to hold down the base. Well, Missile Chan got to kill a copter right there. Mega tank. And then, yeah, you can see down here, because the medium tank wasn't able to like go onto the city, it's very easy to block it in here and then just bring some artillery over. And now fluhfie is going to be able to start sending some forces to rescue this base. The alternative thing that fluhfie could do, and it was probably technically stronger, is to, instead of using these artillery to try and take out these medium tanks, just send them both over here and just put an immense amount of pressure on the HQ. HQ cap is definitely viable. P-Dog had an infantry hidden inside. You got the side slip. Attack. Doesn't kill that infantry. Does get trapped on the artillery. Priority, kill missile, build bomber. Nice. Okay. Try and take out these pesky mechs on the mountains. Yeah, you don't have your super yet. It's just the power, so you can't wrap all the way around. The one. Blockers. 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 Okay. There's going to be scary artillery shots going off over here for Fluffy. Oh no! That's an amazingly bad roll. That was a full health medium tank. Unable to kill artillery there. The counter break. Okay. Artillery are now on their way to threaten this HQ. There is an anti-air. P-Dog makes sure to check for it. Oh. The medium tank is allowed out. It's still in range of the artillery though, so I mean, it's not super allowed out. Bomber. Going around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Could have used the bomber to go after the medium tank, but I guess you really just can't wall it off afterwards. But you probably have to do that anyway, because, I mean, you can't let the medium tank also be running wild. Now you can go Missile Chan again. Economy was actually even there. Fluffy's about to get this capture, though. Oh, it's a 2 health medium tank. Fluffy is uninterested in killing it off. Actually letting it step off of the base, which is a huge mistake. Fluffy has also no way of really dealing with a mega tank. Much like poor P-Dog over here. The side slip. Bomber comes in. Oh. Wait, when did this die? How did this die? Did Fluffy delete it to attack from the HQ? That's a horrible move, Fluffy. That's such a bad move. Okay. Well, it definitely adds spice. You liked it. I'm sure you did. That definitely adds spice to the game. Naval map when? I'll quickly check. What was the name of that map again? China's Containment. Not this stream. So, probably next stream. Maybe the stream after that. This is a nasty HQ cap friend. I agree. Got a mega. You do have a mega. Chain China, let's go. That is certainly quite the map. I'm sure chat or The viewers are going to like that one. Okay, well, this looks like it's game over to me. No, it's not. Because Mega Medium Tank kills 6 health tank. Anti-air comes through to save the day. Okay, we have enhanced vision to make sure these rolls happen. Medium tank standing strong. Tank is taken out. Starts attacking this black boat. We do have the clear here. Does get the interrupt. I'm sure P-Dog might have had something there that would have stopped any such shenanigans, but that's okay. The race is now on. There's going to be a join cap for sure. So, Copter gonna get in the way. Don't attack. Oh, never mind. It's fine. Whew. That was just enhanced vision. It wasn't the it wasn't the Sonja super. Okay. If the stealth buy. Very nice block off over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh. We do have anti-air. We don't have anti-air. Kills Copter. Oh, this is a very nice little wall got going on here. Have a breakthrough. Tank hits from this side. Anti-air sacrifices itself. Medium tank finishes off the HQ cap. Tanks barely made it in here in time. Just barely. Clears the base, starts stepping onto the base. For some reason the artillery decides to step onto the opponent's city rather than healing up here. Okay. Whoa. P-Dog going for the charge. I think this is just for the memes. Yeah. We have the missile. P-Dog resigns. Oh, that was very, very close. That was a really... This is why you don't just kind of delete your black boat. Yeah. Oof, this came down a little bit just to the vision at the very end. If P-Dog knew that there was nothing over here, then this infantry could have just blocked and ended it. You told us you were lucky. Yeah, that was very lucky. That's almost like a 50-50 kind of thing. I guess it's not though. If P-Dog sees the avenue of like kills, anti-air come through, then you should always block this side. But it's also very easy to miss that kind of thing. So it's a very good attempt. And a good game. Okay, next we have Otic. Super 5125. On New Arabia. You were playing semi-live, gotcha. Guess I'll have you face to the right and you face to the left, just so that the recons aren't staring off into oblivion. Because I mean, the bases are basically right across from each other. This is a very weird black boats. Black boats on the opposing HQs. I think this is sent in by Super 5125. Could be wrong though. We'll go like this for now. I have a little pole. Will super You keep mishearing black boats as flak boats. Oh no. They're more like jugger boats. I don't think flak is in Dual Strike, from my understanding. Although, unless they did kill flak and like make him into some cyborg monstrosity called Jugger, which I'm sure is probably what happened. Poor flak. Flak is like always the scapegoat in Advanced Wars 2. He's not in campaign, but you can pick him in War Room. 70 to 30. Okay. People believe in Super 5125. We do have a Kindle mirror here, which is always fun. They're very mean to Kindle here. There's no property in range of this pipe seam, so you can't just kill it in 2 turns very easily. I would definitely prioritize breaking that pipe seam though, since it is guarding a city, but it's also going to be a free unit of getting a recon, and early recons are really nice. So you're almost getting like a delayed recon opener alongside your artillery opener, which I would like personally. Instead, we have Quixotic going for this tank, and it looks like Super 5125 is also going to match tank to tank. Not sure what's going on with these roads, just kind of leading out into nowhere. But you know what? Any tile, any tile of road makes Cole happy. So there's that. Okay. Tank. It's gonna be tank over here as well. Okay. Oh, double artillery. Okay. So definitely breaking this pipe seam looks nice. It lets you go straight out. And Kindle can do that in just 2 turns using the property bonus that she has, plus 40%. And coming over here to free the recon. Ooh. I see. The artillery has to be used, instead of the pipe seam, it has to be used defensively to help cover this infantry. We'll see if Super 5125 goes really gutsy and stop this. No. Okay. Building up tanks. It's an artillery of their own. Down here we have infantry just kind of doing a stare off, I guess. And we have copter, tank. Ooh, knocked down to 8. Where Super 5125s is not knocked down at all. Infantry attack. It's a little gutsy. It does have a lot of tank support though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this would be the tank that breaks the pipe seam to let this tank through, if that's going to be Quixotic's play. Which it's not going to be if that's happening. I'm not a huge fan of the tank being used there, but I guess it's to help with the walling for this artillery. Another tank. The pipe seam has been taken out, so there's direct access into this middle fight for Quixotic. If Super 5125 fights here, it will be an overextension. YouTube math says 7 out of 10 equals 0.69. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. You're playing a custom game and about to get 3 comm towers as Javier. Oh my gosh. That is a scary position. Okay, so the tanks do go in here. This is very scary because this artillery is on the city. And that's not going to be worth it to just tag it down to 5. It's going to heal up to 7 and still have from city attack. And it's going to take out this guy, probably. See? It's going to be a little spoiled for choice. Copter comes in. I think the copter should probably use to fight this guy. I guess it's fine. I was thinking like copter, tank strike, artillery kills this, and then you have tank to kill this tank. I'm sure it's fine. You can just do it that way too, yeah. That's probably better because you strike from a forest here. Oh, interesting. The tank didn't come over here to finish this guy off, which would have been out of artillery range. But yeah, you can see why overextending is very dangerous. Okay. The Super 5125 does have some nice pressure on this right-hand side, because there's the 3 infantry against 2 with copter backup. And also has control over the cities. We have an urban blight that goes off. It does delay this capture, and it's going to cost a lot in repairs. But I don't see really good follow-ups for an actual engagement. Oh, interesting. Deletes the recon to do a very slow walkthrough. Okay. I mean, it still gets the city. Yeah, it is a base gift for a copter, so it's not that bad. It's still a little bad. Okay. Okay, for some reason, Quixotic is now attacking this black boat. Was it just to get charge, I guess? To Urban Blight back? This is a pretty decent Urban Blight. It's not going to deal a ton of repair damage, but it is interrupting 4 properties. Which is pretty nice, one would say. Yeah, attack the black boat for charge. Super 5125, even with 4 properties getting interrupted, though, is up in economy. Oh, because of the central city. So that's looking pretty good. If everything hadn't been overextended so much, then they might have had it there. They do break this pipe seam though, so they also now have direct access into the center, which looks like just a big recipe for a brawl to me. Okay, looks... I would say Quixotic is thinking about doing a collapse over here on this comm tower side, but I'm surprised an infantry wasn't used, or a recon wasn't used to actually deny this property. Super 5125 gets to go up 3k this turn. And attacks in here. Gets the 2-hit KO there. That might have been an injured tank. It wasn't like fully healed or something. Both of these copters are in range of... I guess this anti-air can hit either copter. This copter can hit this copter. Seems very dangerous to me. But we'll see. It is attacking the like front switching force, which will kind of like give this group of infantry a break. Oh, I didn't even see that. There's a copter from that side too. Definitely a tough sell to go in there. There's so many copters. This is a baselight map, so you're gonna have to anticipate that many copters. Okay. So that's some scary pickoffs. Lost the infantry over here. Lost that copter. This one's injured. Down 10 units at the start of the turn. It is at the start though, so we'll see how many can be picked off here. I like this destruction of the black boat, because this is going to allow for a nice tank strike from the HQ. Very nice. Copter on copter. Okay, so that was a pretty solid turn, I would say. Still behind in unit count, but did a lot of damage and is still ahead in economy. Get the response Urban Blight. Stands on Super 5125 City there. Finishes off that copter. You have another anti-air on the way over here, by the way, which is definitely a good call when you see so many copters. Ooh, these tanks got away with this. They just charged in there, got some kills, and were untouched. Okay. Yeah, very nice of Quixotic to put a copter in range of AA. They both kind of did that. It happens. I'm not sure what's going on with this now. Like, that was good that you got to use these to attack, but it's time to back off. Like, you don't want to be cleared off of that with this artillery and then get struck. These look like 2 free units to me. Kindle power knows no limits. I guess you can just go around too. I'm not sure what was up with that. So, breakthrough over there. Copter is safe from that anti-air. Just gets to pick off a nice infantry. We have Urban Blight. The pretty strong anti-air against tank attack there. Can't deny it. We have a nice annoying blocker of the 1 health infantry just getting in the way of stuff. Some more copters being built. Super 5125 is like, I might have overextended there. Time to run back and of course pop my own Urban Blight. That will just do some repair damage for the most part. It can often, I mean, it's, I guess, allowing some more pickoffs. It can often be good to hold on to the Urban Blights. I like this side play though. Especially with this anti-air, just bring some more infantry over. It can be really good to hold on to the Urban Blights until you have a nice opportunity. Because your opponent really can't risk going for like mass repairs while you have an Urban Blight available. Which can kind of make their damaged army stay damaged and be set up to be picked off later on. It's very good. Okay. Attack in. I imagine that might have been a roll. That's okay. It's a nice swing there. This is happening within range of opposing copter, though. Kills off the black boat. I mean, the anti-air can probably be a little bit more aggressive in its positioning, but that's okay. Moving into the center in general is going to be a good idea. We have a lot of copters here. Nothing but copters. Well, I guess copter tank infantry. As soon as you reach 18k, then I guess it's not even 18k, it's just 17k here. Copter tank infantry every turn. Ow, okay. The copter was not touched. Those are just some free attacks from Super 5125, which is really good because that means that the unit count disparity is being repaired. We have, speaking of repair, we have some tanks going on. Do some properties to heal on up, and then we have the medium tank bot. This can be a turn without copter built, and then Quixotic just resigns. That is definitely an early resignation. These infantry are going to go down. I mean, this tank is a problem, I guess, but there's a lot of other tanks to come over. Your match on this was a Kindle versus Kindle. Now, Kindle versus Kindle is a mirror you can get behind. I guess. I mean, it's not a super easy position to deal with for sure. But I think Quixotic is in a fine spot. A little too early to resign, for sure. Especially because Super 5125 really needs to work on the overextension. But it was a good game. And we got to see some nice Kindle tactics. Breaking, clearing cities and then attacking from them. Get some really good kills. We have Zaru Disobeyed versus ChiliCheese in a high funds Sensei versus Eagle game. Everyone's favorite. Will Zaru win? Ask the community. Now, I was promised that this is a good Sensei versus Eagle game, so I guess we'll see. You're supposed to tilt at windmills, not pack it in for an early lunch. Is Eagle so hard to use? You love 70% defense Javier mechs on mountains, you feel invincible? That does sound very strong. No. This is a pretty big map, which I would think would favor Eagle pretty nicely. Feel your dog is going to win? You accidentally voted wrong, don't be like you. Oh no. Right, call it there. 66% say no. No faith in the Sensei. I would also think that Eagle should win this. I feel like it's just too slow of a developing map, and the vehicles are just gonna run Sensei over. And it's double airport too. The base locked in the mountain, that's true. That's infantry only. Or, well, not infantry, you can do mechs too. But it's foot soldier only. They both go for it really quick. Zaru goes for the delay capturing this to get the base faster. Sensei copters hit harder than Eagle copters, but they don't have as much defense. I think I can see it right up here. So Sensei copters have plus 50% attack, but Eagle copters have plus 15% attack, plus 10% defense. So, I mean, they're both very good. And in the one-on-one fight, I think Sensei might win from better first strikes. We'll see. We have the double APC opener from Sensei. So you're going to have to expect a lot of transports this game. And I'm kind of surprised that ChiliCheese did not go with some sort of transport opener or like double recon. Recons open very fast on this map thanks to these roads. And using recons to slow down Sensei's capture game is a very good option. With the first Eagle copter, I imagine we're going to see transport copters get more stuff out, or are we just going to see battle copters? Or just a single battle copter, okay? Well, Sensei's got much better presence on the map with these infantry right now, just because of the APCs. As we can see, all the way into this corner. Very nice. Uses the APC as a blocker against this copter, while having a copter to cover that. That's looking very nice. A very good play there. Sensei also has faster transports. He's almost just a better Sami. Well, the extra defense is really good because it also stops all the chip damage that slowly wears down copters, as well as make you really strong in copter fights, of course. But better to go full death or glory. That's definitely the Sensei way. Okay, we have another case of APC being used as a blocker. It's probably worth it here. Just securing these forward cities are going to be really good. It's just going to hurt because would like to use the APCs to get more properties. And we'll see if... I'm definitely worried about this property finishing its capture and then immediately getting taken. That seems very possible to me. This looks a little vulnerable for Eagle over here. I guess his anti-air is nicely protecting it. As Sensei, I would prefer to be a little more aggressive and go for some attacks. Maybe next turn will be the turn, because you want to get your normal power rolling. Decided not to finish this capture. Preserve the infantry instead. There's just too much stuff coming in. Sometimes that's gonna happen. It's okay. Can't join the Commander Wars. I'm sorry. Okay, so still no fighting from Sensei. I think this 100% goes in Eagle's favor. Since, I mean, Eagle isn't having to deal with a huge wave of infantry going for like these exposed properties. And is able to build up more and more vehicles with no worries. Okay, let's clear that off. It does get Zaru closer to the normal power here, so we might see some spawns. And there's not very many infantry over here. 100%. This copter should hit this guy. Okay, here we go. We're attacking on in. We have enough charge for a normal power, and we use it. We 42 to 30 units. This is also very scary because these cities are actually really close to this HQ. Nice, nice. Anytime that Sensei can trade off infantry is going to be very good. Ooh. We have the one-shot copter versus copter against an eagle copter. This should definitely be used over here. There's like these infantry are still a ways away from being able to support this guy. This is going to be probably a permanent denial of the city there. I mean, I don't think killing this 4 health tank is nearly as worth it, but that's okay. Lots of pressure in the middle. Now, there can be a Neo-Tank first strike from Eagle here, which could be very scary. That does generate a lot of charge. And there's also a lot of copters that are going to go down here, which will also generate a lot of charge. Okay, no Neo-Tank first strike. Just killing off the fringe units here. This capture does go through. We have the fighter built for Eagle, as well as another Neo-Tank on the way. But a lot of these infantry are very exposed, which is exactly what Sensei would like. It would be funny if we got into a situation where Eagle has a large vehicle army, but doesn't have a single infantry left to actually capture anything. Which is somewhat plausible here. These are the only ones left over here, and then we just have the 3 on the front up here. There is the Eagle Super available now, so we will see if we're about to see a bunch of units just explode. The bomber is protected against the fighter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, it's sort of protected against the fighter. Assuming the wall holds, it's protected against the fighter. Oh, you think the resign was a timeout? Oh, no, timeouts are usually draws, but he could have been low on time and just resigned that way because of that. Makes sense. Why did Silvera's message go away? I saw it for like half a second and then it vanished. I'm glad I read it before it went poof. Okay, we have the Neo-Tank on Neo-Tank. Fighter just flies on over here. And maybe Silvera deleted their own message. Either that or there's a mod that I need to... Stop. I don't think any of my mods would have done that. Yeah, a lot of the infantry for Eagle have been taken out at this point, which is Sensei's main goal. in a lot of these games, because then the bases are just a ton of pressure put on them to build more infantry. And while Sensei has like worse vehicles, they're still pretty strong. What's that weird unit Sensei has? The one that looks like a plane. This is a Battlecopter Plus. Yeah, the heavy Battlecopter. Okay. So the lightning strike definitely killed off a lot of units there. But didn't even get the unit count advantage. So Eagle was definitely quite a bit behind there. It was actually 10k behind. I didn't even realize. Down 5 cities. And Sensei actually has some pretty nice tricks here. As long as this city, like, if Sensei can clear this city, then can spawn mechs on the front lines and do some serious damage. Copter goes down. I don't know if Sensei can clear this city. I guess the bomber could probably do it. Oh, doesn't go for it. Just gets mechs elsewhere. You can see they spawn in and they get some nice attacks. Oh, barely interrupts the capture. A nice boost. Attack in. Stand in the way. 3 attacks. Might as well have the mech attack the Neo tank. Welcome to playing Sensei. Okay, this is a very scary attack on this HQ. And the Eagle has only 2 tanks and a bunch of infantry coming over. So we'll see how well that's able to hold out. Like it's like a kind of a fine force for dealing with this attack, but every time Sensei uses a power, there's going to be another wave of units. Join the mechs together in the back. 100% agree. Get that extra money and give you a little bit of room for that unit count. And then ChiliCheese just resigns. Oh. I don't think ChiliCheese was quite in the resignation spot. But it's definitely looking pretty tough. Losing so many infantry hurts a lot. It's a passenger plane. This is an escort mission. Okay. The mech attack was pretty good. I don't know if it was possible to clear this. But I'm surprised ChiliCheese gave it up right there. There's still triple Neo tank. There's still a fighter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. It doesn't quite reach the bomber though. 10k is a lot. You accidentally voted correctly. Well, there you go. Being 10k down, 34k to 44k is certainly rough. But if someone can do it, it's definitely Eagle. He has too many infantry. There you go. Well done, Zaru. I would definitely favor Eagle there. Okay, we have Flawdog versus Spiky Man on Overflow. We had Spiky Boy. Apparently there is now a Spiky Man. Sami against Grit. What a matchup. Comment. Have you facing left. There we go. Whoa, bases. I know, 5 base. Against Sensei, the only winning move is not to play. Alright, guys. Will Flawdog win? This is interesting because Sami is known to be quite poor in high funds, but so is Grit. They're both pretty bad in high funds, so that makes it a pretty interesting matchup there. And one thing that Grit's going to have a lot of trouble with is reinforcing this front, which is something Sami has no problems with. Mechs just walk right over these rivers, so there's infantry right into transports. So Sami's going to have a lot more flexibility on where the units go, but is also going to have a heck of a time actually dealing with Grit's giant death balls of artillery. Sami also makes it to these corners faster than anyone else, but Grit could potentially just get an artillery to stop the captures. We'll see what people prioritize. 5 already returned. People believe in Flawdog. The mech storm. We did that last stream have a Grim versus Grit on this map, and we did see multiple turns with the quintuple artillery. Flawdog does step by. Flawdog goes for this capture right away, and then decides to step past this capture and go for this one. I agree with that. This is definitely the more important capture. These ones on the sides. Looking just fine. And I also agree with prioritizing this airport for Spiky Man and Flawdog. I think an early transport copter here does a lot of work. So does an early battle copter if you want to be very aggressive. Like, the vehicles take a very long time to deploy. They have to go around the rivers. They have to go through the woods. You have the APC by. APC for Sami. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 can go here. Drop off an infantry. Get that capture, which is something that other COs can't do. Inkagark Heaven. Yeah, well, we might see it. I didn't actually see if Inkagark has joined this tournament. I assume so. But if so, we could have seen Inkagark Grit here. Ooh, Spiky Man rushing the comm tower. I wouldn't have anticipated that. And then Flawdog is going for some early recons here. I like this. I'm not super into the recons over here, but I like the recon over here. I think this area is just incredibly difficult for Grit to defend. You stayed out of this one? But Flawdog also rushed this comm tower, which I don't like because like the fighting is not going to happen for quite a while. This map is amazing. Or amazingly big, I should say. Ooh. Okay, I don't like this move as Grit. The problem is, even though Grit can like get this capture, there's no way Grit can hold that capture against Sami. And that's what matters more than going for the capture. Yeah, I don't like these recons up here. I think they're just gonna run into too much coverage. We'll see. We'll see. These ones way better. Sami goes for this comm tower. Goes for these captures. Transport copter on its way. Is already in range to get this island, and this one will be there very shortly as well. It's very, very open in the middle, yeah. I guess the recons did kind of force Grit to build some tanks, which isn't something that Grit necessarily wants to do, having them be weaker and all that. A triple artillery turret. And yeah, like there's no way you hold this against Sami. So I like the idea that you can like rush down and go for it, but it's not going to be a good move unless you can actually maintain control. Lots of recons. We have the copter built. And then Spiky Man goes in for this attack on this infantry, which is pretty interesting. So I think the idea here is, sure, you kill my infantry off for this, but I injure you so that you can't just take my property next turn. And then maybe I can get enough vehicles over here to hold it. Ooh, Flawdog actually gets this city, but that's probably going to be another case of not being able to hold that city once all of the artillery are in place. So the infantry does get taken out. And this guy does get dropped off over here. However, artillery right here stops. Well, it's not going to be able to... Well, actually, it will stop the capture. It'll be able to do enough damage to bring the infantry down low enough. Even a Sami infantry. And on this side, though, yeah, these should be uncontested. We have the recon zoom on in here. There's actually not very many infantry over here, so any harassment could do quite the number on Grit's captures. We do have the artillery brought down here. We have double artillery brought down there. Tank to block. This one does cover. Look at that range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's giving it one more range than it should have. It's weird, but it's okay. Right. Yeah, this... I'm not so sure about... Well, I'm not so sure about this attack over here. We'll see about this city. Ikagark, I know your pain. But you know what? You just gotta suck it up sometimes. It is unfortunate when you enter tournaments and then you're in the grand finals of like four of them at the exact same time. But, you know, it's all part of the experience. Ooh. Decides not to finish the capture, instead finish off this infantry and just get the capture next turn. I like it. I think that was a good play. Recons are getting some value over here. All of the units kind of have to come down here to stop this from happening. And then, yeah, definitely time to just run away. Bring the anti-air up. More tanks, more recons, more anti-airs. And we have some mechs starting to be deployed. Then we have the bomber. Bomber is very scary, because there's this lab. If this lab gets captured, it's game over. And a victory march looks very feasible against that. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Go up 10 infantry before you lose a unit. Very nice. Artillery shot. Yeah, for this, in this case, for Grit, it's really just like hold out until you have enough stuff, enough artillery to kind of lock Sami out. For some reason, the copter left this area, but a nice play by Flawdog. Retreat and then go back once everything's out of position to stop you. Brings the anti-air up here right in front of right in the face of this copter, and continues to focus down all of these infantry. You see there's only 3 over here, but the comm tower was still managed to be captured by Spiky Man. We have a line of infantry. They don't have a ton of support, but it's okay because it's not like grit tanks are incredibly scary. They just have to stay out of range of the artillery and not let free shots rain down upon them. Grit is definitely in a tough spot here. Still able to deny this corner, but has to get real up and close and personal here. This is the huge weakness of Grit. You can see how many on this map. You can see how many indirects are easily able to kind of come over here, but it's only a single base has to defend all of this when you are relying purely on these indirects. It's not easy. And we have the fighters coming out, which are good for sure. Flawdog breaks on through here. Copter. Recon strike. Just move this guy out. Yeah. I like it. Keep making these artillery kind of dance around in a circle. Really, really good recons here. So many kills on these infantry. The bomber hasn't done anything yet, but it is still just a big old threat. Oh. And there you go. You're going to see 3 Sami infantry get sacrificed here, which, you know, is unfortunate. But now there's not a single infantry for Spiky Man over here. So these captures aren't possible anymore. And Flawdog is now saying, please give me Victory March and I'll take your comm tower and have a big ol' attack. We have another bomber. Spiky Man's having a tough time here. So we have Super Snipe. We'll see how many units go down. Boom. Infantry move. Take out the recon. Got that infantry. Copter strike. Some infantry. So far, not the worst for Spiky Man, or for Flawdog. Mostly been infantry and some recons. Not all of the artillery are able to be in a good spot to shoot. We have the missile bot. Look at that. Look at the attack range of that missile. You see a 1 HP Sami infantry. Where do you see a 1 HP Sami infantry? Might get taken out. The range is nutty. Okay, we have the Victory March. Can't take the lab to win, but can definitely just come on in, take the comm tower. We'll see how many more properties end up getting taken out. I don't know if there's a capture limit on this map, or if it's just through time. It's a nice hit on these copters, taking those out. Clear the way. This capture. Tank. Copter attacks. There's a fighter here, but I think one of these anti-airs will always live, so the fighter doesn't super want to attack into that. I mean, it still should. It's not going to be very happy about it. Okay. So, Sami is now up 30k, which is a lot. The amount of money that Grit needs for 5 artillery and a copter is 39k. So currently can't afford to do that. Well, can with this amount of money that's in the bank currently, but not every turn. Now, usually, Sami can start to lose after a victory march like that because it puts so many infantry in really exposed locations. But Sami actually, Flawdog here, actually had a very nice unit count lead. So even though there's like some nasty hits that happen, it's not going to put them really far behind like it could have in other situations. Hit on the fighter. I did 8 damage. I guess it's a triple comm tower Sami. This is a Sami with max level. Yeah, the grit mech spam. And Grit's not like in this situation because there was no infantry over here. So even though like this area is completely controlled by these vehicles, none of the captures are going to happen. This comm tower is going to be held by Sami for quite a while. And in the meantime, we're going to have a shift of focus over here, I imagine. Double Neotank buys. Bomber. Okay. Units are holding on so far. Oh, we have a power from Spiky Man. I really don't like this missile. It's going to take forever to get out of this horrible loop-de-loop thingy circle. There it goes. Next turn it can go to here, and the next turn it can go to 1 tile forward. Diving in with that tank strike. So all those shots do a decent damage to Flawdog, actually almost closing the unit count gap there for a second. But that does also give Flawdog a lot of charge, and most of the things to capture that are left, somehow this didn't get captured, is right over here. So yeah, definitely attack in there. Bring the bomber over. Just need to take out the black boat. Have an infantry within 5 tiles, which seems pretty easy to do in such an open area. Did I miss the bomber blunder? Oh, does the fighter get your bomber? Ah. It does indeed. It's not quite a blunder though, because it's just a trade. I mean, it's still, I guess, a blunder. It's fighter for bomber, which is probably really just beneficial for you at this point because you're up so much money. But it does mean that you lose a lot of pressure on this black boat. Okay, some of the captures are starting to be retaken by Spiky Man. You can see there's so many indirects clustered up here because, I mean, that's the only route they can take. Yeah, it's an unintentional trade. Mech. Fighter. I'm not quite sure why so many fighters. I guess it's just to try and take care of the bombers. Save the black boat. Okay, we diving in here. This looks like it's going to be a dead bomber for its troubles. We do have a victory march. Infantry attacks. Takes his property. More infantry attacks. Attacking in over here. Lots of kills. Or maybe not so many kills. A little attack into a bunch of mechs though. I don't know about that. Take that property. Sure. We have 76k. I don't know. I think it might have been better to just wait for the next wait to use the victory march until you have a better threat on the lab. Fighter can't kill bomber. So sad. Grit refusing to use the APC to get infantry to the cop tower is a mood. Where is the APC? Where did it die? Oh, it's right there. It was the blocker. I see it did die. Yeah, that is very weird. Yeah. It got refueled. It's okay. But yeah, it was going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Oof. Lots of attacks over there. But yeah, there's nothing left to capture anything. Okay. Flawdog moves on in here, attacks the Neo tank, takes out that one. Bunch, so many mechs. There's no transports. There isn't any way right now for Flawdog to actually kill off this black boat. Other than I guess a 4 health bomber can slowly do it with some tank help. Bunch of Neo tanks. No, don't. This is not what you want to do with your missile. If you were gonna move your missile into this area, you just build it here. Okay, manages to clear out most of the units over here. Still only has a 4 health infantry to capture anything though. The bomber is taken out. This black boat is look, hey, we have the quintuple artillery. It says the match ended in a draw. I'm gonna assume it didn't end in a draw. Capture limit. Oh, okay, okay. So it does have a capture limit. Capture limit 78k. Need to provide air defense for the mechs. So many mechs. Yeah, I think this is a very, very tough match or map for Grit because of this entire area only having a single base feeding into it. Like, how do you even defend? I don't know how many grits were chosen here. I know there's a few. I think some won, but it looks really challenging to me. You went on day 18 with the victory march. You made the bottom left cap unstoppable. Yeah, gotcha, gotcha. I'm not sure why it wasn't saying one there. That's probably just a bug in the program. Well done, Flawdog. You went with Grit for the memes. How did it go? GG. Oh, we can show off a really short one. Before I end the stream. That was recovered after being corrupted. At least part of the part that matters was recovered. If I can find it. Go7 against Rice Muncher on Crosstown Rivalry. It's still dragging on. You're kind of regretting it now. So this was a map that was in the map pool for a while there. And Rice Muncher had a very high win rate on this map, and he had map comments on this map talking about this strategy. This is a blast from the past. Kindle had such a high win rate on this map. She got moved into tier 2, and people were still choosing Kindle, as you can see. It's Max versus Kindle. But this is a case of why you shouldn't do the exact same opener on every single map. So the opener that Rice Muncher always did was walk right over here, delete the recon, and then take the airport really quickly. And I calculated out that if I base skip on day 2 and build a recon, I can actually catch the infantry before it makes it there. Now this is a very costly opening, because not only am I gonna base skip here, you can see I'm also gonna city skip, because I'm gonna do the exact same thing over here and just take both airports by day 6. And I'm gonna justify that because I'm gonna be stopping this airport from being captured while also taking a property from my opponent. So even though I'm going to have a really, really slow development with the other captures, the property swings should help make up for that. You can see why a day 3 recon is just too slow. It doesn't get the vision range. It has like the movement range to hit, but it wouldn't have the vision range to see the infantry. So here I make sure to stay out of both this recon's vision range and this infantry's vision range, while giving me a sight on this tile, which is where this guy's going to move. And you can see the Rice Muncher went for a slower recon, and that's just not going to make it there in time. And then we get our attack, knock it all the way down to 1. Yeah, this is why this map's probably not coming back. And then here is going to be the fatal mistake. Like, this is already really good for me. I'm going to get both airports. I'm going to flip a city. It does mean I'm going to be really far behind on this recon. Probably get some harassment in. Deletes the recon. And then steps on. It's 20 turns. And the problem with doing this move is, sure, it's still stopping my airport from building, and it does stop my recon from hitting this infantry, but now I don't have to clear a recon off of my airport to build from it. All I have to do is kill a 1 HP infantry. And here I'm going to do the trick. You delete your recon, and then you step on, just like what he did over here. I have my tank ready because Rice Muncher does the same opening every game, so I know there's a recon here. I know I'm safe to harass here as well. The game's going to end at the end of this turn, I think, because it gets corrupted. Day 7? Does it go to day 7? Well, we'll see when it corrupts, and it'll just start repeating. Day 7. Yeah, okay, it's corrupted. We don't know what happened there, but in the game, the replay stopped working, and he ends up resigning in 2 turns. But that's why you don't do the same opener every single game. You'll get caught out by openings that normally would be way too risky to go for. Like, I would never recommend to go for a day 2 recon. This is why you always get bored and experiment every game. Yeah. Like, this opening is absolutely horrible unless it wins you the game. And that's how that goes. So I would recommend being able to vary it up. I can put my opponent into a time loop. Yep. I guess I only put myself into a time loop here. Well, it goes to Rice Muncher's turn, and then it goes back to my turn. Only Go7. I don't think I've ever covered my games against Inkagark. Back before Inkagark got to #1. But I'm not going to cover them this stream, but I think I have them now. I can find them. Tordred. Was that before that? Did I fight Inkagark before I fought Rice Muncher on that map? There we go. There. This is a fun fact. Inkagark and I have only ever played Sami mirrors. On Vandalism and on Witchcraft Trials. Which I'll quickly show this map because I hate it so much. So, Sami mirrors are also something you can get behind. So I hate this map so much because the thing I'm known for and like doing a lot in games is front switching. And you cannot front switch on this map because the middle is just this giant pipe system. And on top of that, you have an infantry just spying on your base production this whole time. You also hate this map? I'm sure there's some people that like it. I like the design aspect. I think it's a very cool idea. And I do like the forward airport with a black boat watching it as like compensation for the fact that it's a forward airport. I think that part's good. But man, do I hate this center here. This map seems to have a big gimmick. It does. Well, you can always make sure it's not a Sami mirror. You just have to not choose Sami. It's easy. It's easy. Anyway, I'm going to call the stream there. It's over 4 hours. I'll leave you all with an apple. I hope you had a fun time. Apple.